Satoko had lied to chase away her stepfather, and they saw through her right away and found out that Satoko had issues. Go ahead and turn up the game audio a little. Looks like it might be low. Yeah, it looks like it should be fine. Oh, could it be that's why the winter before the last they decided to wait and see? Yes. The Child Consultation Center had all their past records, so they needed to act carefully in case Satoko was lying. What the hell? So what? Satoko might be telling a lie, so they need to be careful. So, how does that mean they would just end up waiting and seeing? It was the girl who cried wolf. A fable about telling a lie once, making others unwilling to believe you later. That's bullshit. The past has nothing to do with this, does it? Only what's really happening right now is important. Satoko is being abused by her uncle. Why is something that happened in the past getting in the way of helping her now? Neither Sensei nor Rika-chan had anything to say to that. Anyway, yesterday, a probation officer visited to carefully determine what was going on. And Satoko dealt with them, put on the best, strongest smile she could manage, and denied the abuse. Of course, she was probably being threatened to keep quiet about it by her uncle. Satoko was trying to outlast everything without asking for help. Satoko wanted to wait for Satoshi to come back home, and she outright denied the truth of the abuse. What an idiot. What? You're not really enduring it? Do you really think pretending like this will actually bring Satoshi back? Just stop it already. Satoshi, he abandoned you. And the fact that he hasn't shown up to save you now is proof. Isn't it? So just stop it. Please stop being weird and pretending to endure it. Forget everything we just said. Understand? If you tell anyone else, your teacher will be very mad with you. Chie-sensei gave me a warning, then left to go back to the teacher's lounge. Keiichi. Please don't think Satoko is a pathetic, pitiful girl. She's living life. I know that. She's our irreplaceable friend. Satoko is still trying her best. Let's watch over her a little longer. The person from the consultation center said they would visit periodically from now on. If something terrible happens, they'll help her right away. Yeah, but only after it happens. Any more than that would have sounded like I was picking a fight, so I firmly swallowed my next words and went back to the classroom. Mion and Rina were talking to Satoko like they always did. It was a silly conversation. A humorous, even fun one like it was in the old day. If Satoko really said she could still endure it, then maybe I should do as Rika-chan said and watch over her. Maybe whatever help I offer just would go unwanted. I thought we were getting close to the end of that conversation, but I wasn't really sure. Otherwise, I would have ended that conversation and then ended stream last time, but there we go. Okay, why don't we all have lunch? Meep. It's been a while since all 5 of us. This really is how it has to be. Here, here. Come on, you too, Kei-chan. Bring your desk over. Satoko brought her own desk over as well, grinning broadly. Even knowing nothing had been resolved, this exchange was pleasant. It made me remember how fun it used to be. I can't have Rika making a bento for me forever. I don't mind. I have fun making your bento. Rika-chan's such a good girl. Having such a good friend must be so reassuring. I put in the big steak, and Satoko puts in the burned stuff. So if it was just Satoko, it would be so sad. So very sad, Nipa. I take it back. Well, she's Rika-chan after all. Hey, come on, look. I've got omelet rice today. Mushrooms and stuff are delicious. Delicious. How? I say it every time, but your craftsmanship is splendid. You could become a wife whenever and not have a problem. A wife? A wife. Eating a wife. How? Using the word wife is totally forbidden around Rena. Please don't say it again. I'll think about what I've done. A little. By the way, what's in your lunch, Mion? It looks different again today. We're all waiting in anticipation. It's a rich assortment of side dishes left over from what my uncle brought last night. The stew looks really great, huh? The color of the radishes too. Really good, right? Wow, it looks delicious. Stew tastes best when it's left overnight. This looks like it would be really good. And so there will be none left for Satoko. I'll eat it all and tell you what I think, so just be quiet and watch. What was that? Hand over my portion, Toad. I'll use my knees too. Oh ho ho. At close range like this, my advantage is unwavering. Keiichi-san, the daikon in your portion tastes really good. Damn it. Coming right for me from the start and using a combo attack. How humiliating. This little exchange. How long had it been? It looked like they would end up going with a wait-and-see approach. But maybe her uncle had realized he had gone a little too far and would dial it back now. If her treatment improved a little, would that be a good thing? Satoko was grinning wider than I had ever seen as she chomped down on her mouthful of the daikon she had plundered from me. Did it really taste that good? Satoko was somewhat cute like that, and just as I had done many times, I grabbed her head and started petting it. Catch, smack, flip-flop, clatter, clatter. Satoko-chan? It was so sudden that for a moment I didn't know what had happened. The back of my hand was stinking. I went to pet Satoko's head, and then she hit my hand. Oh, what's wrong, Satoko? Satoko was scratching at her head as though a pimple or something had appeared on it and became itchy. It was so sudden and so unprovoked that I didn't understand what happened. Oh, what's wrong, Satoko? At some point, her body had been covered in a thin layer of sweat, and her breathing had turned ragged. When I pet her head, did she not like it? Was that what it meant? Did you dislike being petted? Okay, if it goes there, I'm just gonna have to end. No, because if it goes there, that would be too much. Once again, slowly, I held out the palm of my hand and brought it close to Satoko's head. The instant the palm of my hand touched her head, there was a shock like static electricity, and Satoko began to howl. She grabbed my arm in both hands, and as if flinging off a snake trying to cling to her, as if trying to throw away something dirty, she threw it violently. It happened too suddenly for me to react. I hit the desk behind me, and both it and I fell to the floor. The classroom fell deathly silent. As Satoko bellowed, it sounded like she was in the throes of death as she unsteadily backed away. Then she threw up the food she had just eaten. She vomited it all back up. The sound of Satoko's vomit hitting the floor rang through the classroom. Are you okay, Satoko? You seem sick. I reached out a hand and she swatted it away with all her might. With such extreme strength I fell to the floor again. Satoko put both her hands on her head as though protecting it, groaned some more, and took a few steps back. And then she began swinging both hands around. Students in nearby seats were forced to evacuate. She grabbed anything within reach, bento boxes, chairs, threw them, tossed them, and flung them about. Wait, stop it, Satoko. What's wrong with you? She screamed out as if Mion's words had caused her physical pain. No one spoke a word to her. All the students were withdrawing behind us, leaving Satoko alone in the corner of the classroom. Around her, there were desks and chairs all over the floor. Bento lay scattered. It was terrible. All I could hear was Satoko's ragged breaths and the voices of the cicadas. I, I'm sorry. The strings of tension loosened around Satoko. And maybe she suddenly grew scared of her own actions because she started trembling and gave a word of apology. But nobody knew just who that apology was directed towards. So for now, I decided to answer as everyone's representative. No, it's fine. Are you all right? I, uh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Our words didn't match each other at all. Satoko hugged her shoulders, and back she went. She ran to the locker with the cleaning supplies in it. Even that made her give a little yelp. The impact caused the bucket atop the locker to fall, making a loud sound, and that scared Satoko most of all. She almost jumped out of her skin, grabbing a bunch of the curtain in her hands. Nobody spoke to her. They could only look, not even remembering to blink. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Satoko. What? What on earth? I stood up and took a step back away from everyone and approached Satoko. What happened? I said, I don't know. I don't know. You're wrong. You're wrong. Please stop. Please forgive me. Just, just calm down, Satoko. Do you know who I am? No more. No more. I hate this, I hate this. Every time I took a step forward, she grasped curtains more lightly and cried out, Satoko, it's me. It's Keiichi. Don't you recognize me? I would never, ever hurt you. Come on, calm down. It's all right. I'm your friend. Help me. I don't want to be scared. It feels bad. I don't. Suddenly my shoulders were grabbed and I was dragged backward. It was Rena. Sorry, Keiichi-kun. You get a little further back. After pulling me back, she ran towards Satoko in my place. It's okay, Satoko-chan. There's nothing to be scared of. Please, don't worry. No more. No more of that. Nini. Nini. Help me. Nini, help me. As she gripped the curtains and kept calling for Nini, she continued to wail about being forgiven for something and to be saved from something. What was this? Mion gnashed her teeth and groaned, and there were tears falling from her firmly closed eyes. What the hell? What is this? Didn't, didn't this all come to an end yesterday? Weren't we supposed to go back to our old lives? Mion, Mion. There was a crazy sound. Rena had taken the cleaning supply locker and kicked it down to the ground. Everyone stood surprised at Rena's unexpected act of brutality. After that, Rena embraced the falling Satoko from behind and started crying with her, stifled. Rena, what's wrong? Sorry, Keiichi-kun. Be quiet for a minute. What is it now? What happened? What did Satoko tell you? What did you hear? Shut the hell up. I told you to shut your mouth, asshole. Rena's raw, hostile emotion hit me like a brick. It was no more than a momentary howl of emotion for Rena, but it was more than that for me. She had shown me what was behind all that emotion, what was in her heart. Satoko, Chan, no more, no more. Forgive us. We couldn't do anything for you. Forgive us. Nini, Nini, Nini. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive us for being unable to do anything. Rena's words made me feel as though the blood vessels in the back of my head were suddenly all turning to ash. My vision grew distant, blurred with gray, and the world lost its color. I thought, I thought we could save Satoko, but though I knew it would be the sooner the better, I thought there was no time limit for doing that. I never even dreamed that we could be too late. I I had been making a huge mistake. I thought Satoko could be hurt, but never that she would break. It was such a huge mistake. People, they break. Thinking that they don't is absolutely absurd. We We needed to save Satoko. We needed to save her before she broke. That fatal lapse in awareness had brought this on. Whose fault was it? That went without saying. Mine. No, ours. We all took on the duty of saving Satoko, but we were negligent to the point of laziness. In that sense, this was the inevitable result. Even if this didn't happen today, it happened tomorrow, or the day after, or next week, we would have just sat around doing nothing until that day. So this was the obvious result. I slumped down to my knees, just as Mion and Rika-chan had done, and I, too, closed my eyes tight and couldn't stop myself from sobbing. What is all the noise about? Wait, what's happened? The teacher came, and her face screwed up at the terrible spectacle before her. The instant she realized the teacher was here, Satoko went through another complete change. She wiped her face with the curtains and, like nothing happened, smiled. Hojo-san? What on earth is going on here? I just got into a little squabble with Ren-san is all. We went a little crazy over our lunches, right? Rena didn't nod in reply, but then, since Satoko wished it, she nodded without strength. The rest of the class couldn't keep up with her extreme changes. We all just stared in a daze. It was just a little horseplay. I scared everyone out of their wits. Satoko would probably sweep the whole thing under the rug. For what? Her heart is torn to pieces. So what? What else? You went your Nini to help, didn't you? But unfortunately for you, Satoshi doesn't ever intend on coming back. It's never that easy. He won't just conveniently show up and save you. So you don't have to wait for him anymore. You can cry, beg for help, and you can run away. We can't do anything, Mion suddenly said. She spoke then, those few words that had tormented me countless times. These words were a spell, and when I heard them, my whole body suddenly regained its calm. My emotions all slipped away like they had never been there, like a wave departing. And then the world's color flipped inside out. My field of view was expanded. My head grew remarkably cold, and I felt like my mind's volume had grown even wider than the classroom we were in. At the time, my soul was doubtlessly no longer in the small, petty vessel of my head, but floating in the air a bit above it. It was a mysterious feeling of release. I broke free of the cramped confines of my skull and stretched out my roots in all directions as far as I wanted to. It was a strange feeling and one I had never felt before. An odd sense of exhilaration. My sharpened senses caused me to transcend. My mind was sharper than a knife's edge, and I immediately decided that spending the time to let myself be crushed with grief would be an absolute waste. I erased all the garbage information from my brain. I expelled the pointless emotions presenting obstacles to action. Mion, you curse it all you want. Curse our powerlessness as much as you want. If I could have taken back what had happened by crying about it, I would have cried all day. But the fact was, this was how things had turned out. I couldn't take back what had happened. The top priority then would be to prevent the situation from worsening further and to sever the chains of misfortune. Until today, I had been looking at things so narrow-mindedly I could scarcely believe it. To save Satoko, the only thing to do was to save Satoko. That's the only thing I thought about. I didn't allow myself to realize the most basic, direct, and certain way of removing the source of Satoko's unhappiness. No, actually I realized it yesterday, but as for the means, I had relied on some stupid curse from some dumb deity. I never considered carrying the task out myself. I would obliterate Satoko's uncle. There were plenty ways of doing it. This was a task that held infinite methods. Ironically, the method of saving Satoko required mostly money, but the method of killing that man pretty much took no money at all, unless you hired an assassin to, try to get away with it, but I could kill him with the least amount of investment. The least amount of money suited him. It was only the weight of his life. I kept eliminating needless, worthless information from my head, replenishing it with only the knowledge I would need to achieve my goal. I used every cell in my brain to think about how I would kill him. The way I killed him didn't matter. I would allow any method, from whatever time and whatever country, as long as it ended in a quick and certain death. If I were to have an additional condition, it would be to not get caught. Removing him was an act designed to return the peaceful times we had with Satoko. If I was arrested in exchange for the removal, then we might as well have killed each other. With only him gone, we'd go back to our normal lives. That was my supreme objective, my ultimate goal. Kill him. Definitely. But definitely doesn't leave evidence either. Two alternatives at odds with one another. The condition of not leaving a trace back to me automatically narrowed the number of murder methods. No witness was an absolute must. Fortunately, with the right time in Yamazawa, there would be nobody around. I mentally reconstructed the land around Satoko's house. The number of pedestrians, different at different times. The movement algorithm of the neighbors. Would I lure him out or charge at him? What would my weapon be? When and where would I carry this out? Where? It needed to be somewhere I wouldn't leave a trace. When? It needed to be as soon as possible. For Satoko's safety, without wasting even a millisecond. This is absurd. Completely absurd. When I thought about it this way, it struck me how easy the act of killing was. If I could leave evidence, if I was just going to kill him, anyone could easily turn into a murderer. Our reason prevented that. It told us doing so would get us arrested for sure. At the end, being arrested by the police was the final thing preventing people from committing homicide. Absurd. If you went all the way out into the very middle of the ocean, you wouldn't leave any trace at all. Anyone would drop those they hated into the depths if they knew that. It was all too easy to simply remove him. I could leave class right now, grab a metal baseball bat or something from the schoolyard, go to his house, and attack him. Estimated time would be 25 minutes. If I wanted us to kill each other, it wouldn't even be minutes. I could do it in 1500 seconds. I knew just how much his continued existence depended on me. He was nothing. I could expel him from this world within just 1500 seconds after making up my mind. From when I decided to do what to do, he only had 1500 seconds. Actually, if I ran full speed to his house, that number would go down even further. But he was alive. He was still part of this world at this very moment, having torn Satoko's body and mind to shreds. Why? Because I was letting him live. I was permitting him to live so he was alive. If I rescinded that permission, he would be evacuating this mortal coil within 1500 seconds. You think I would let you live to breathe even 1500 more seconds of air? I'm taking that permission back. Right here, right now. You had better thank me for letting you live until today. However, I actually need more than 1500 seconds. I'm not just going to end you. Getting back your old lives is far more important. It's only you I'll be cleanly cutting out of this world. They won't find a culprit. I'll forget that I dirtied my hands on the likes of you as naturally as I brushed my teeth before bed. So to do that, I'll make a special exception for you and give you more than 1500 seconds. I'll give you special permission to keep on living as you have until I can construct the perfect plan for your murder. Wait, Keiji, you can't let that time go to waste. Eh, I know. I'll kill him quickly. I'll remove him with certainty. I won't misuse any time to think of a plan. Think back. Tomorrow's Watanagashi, isn't it? Last year on the night of Watanagashi, her aunt died. Her head was busted open by some deviant. Her brains splattered everywhere. That's it. He's someone who deserves to be given death on the night of Watanagashi. Hey, oh yes, Shiro-sama. You call yourself a guardian, but you didn't protect Satoko. Cursing Satoko's family for the damn stuff is your own business. But now you've made Satoko unhappy when she didn't have anything to do with it. I, Keiichi Maebara, hereby denounce you, the guardian deity of Hinamizawa, a failure. We don't need you. Go back to the deepest, darkest parts of your shrine this year. Besides, if you had just cursed and killed both her aunt and her uncle last year, none of this would have ever happened. The curse this year, it's not on you. I will be the one deciding. It won't be the three families controlling the serial deaths behind the scenes. No, not some vague people who I can't tell if they're buffoons or not. This time, I will be the one to deliver divine judgment. So don't get in my way. Just watch. Stay quiet and watch. I will obliterate him. I'll wipe him off the face of the earth. I will stomp out his very existence. Go away, disappear, and die. I will tear your heart apart just like you did to Satoko. I will have your blood as payment. Here's hoping he actually goes through with it. He better not pussy out. Keiichi-kun, are you alright? Rena, Mion, and Rika-chan were looking after me. Had I fallen to the floor? You surprised us. You suddenly fell down. Were you having a nightmare? You were moaning. Shut it. Quit speaking at me like that. My friends gave a start and backed away. What? Rena and the others, they exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, and stood confused for a few moments. Was that your voice, Keiichi-kun? Of course it was. Rena gulped firmly and opened her mouth. For a second, Keiichi-kun, your eyes were really scary. My eyes? Probably just a trick of the light. Don't waste my time. I'm not mistaken. I've never seen those kinds of eyes before. What are these guys talking about? They've all been too scared of me lately. You are Keiichi Maebara-kun, right? What was Rena saying? Who else do I look like except Keiichi Maebara? The look I gave her seemed to speak quite eloquently to those irritated thoughts. She understood and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. A new tip, D23, number 44. 1500 seconds. Reached an epiphany. Now here's hoping he actually goes through with it. Oh, well, okay, so the next achievement is possessed. Made your choice without looking back. So here's hoping. Yeah, that would be really fucking awesome if he does. Okay. View new tip. See, it didn't say that emergency was a new tip, right? It did that with the last tips too. So hopefully I still get all the tips, but I don't know. June 18th, 1983. Abuse issues regarding Satoko Hojo. We propose that Satoko Hojo must be taken into immediate custody based on the items below. Family situation. Life with adoptive father who recently returned to Hinamizawa has already turned disastrous, and she is currently subject to an unendurable physical and mental abuse from the father. Child Consultation Center's response. A child probation officer was dispatched yesterday on the 17th from the prefecture welfare office, but because of the 77 case, changed to continued coaching cautionary action. Unfortunately, the consultation office head does not properly understand the situation. Status of concerned child. Child already appears to be suffering from an outbreak of something close to neurosis or manic depression. If her unstable pubescent mind is negatively stimulated by stress, it will put her development of a healthy body and mind at risk. This cannot be allowed to continue from a humane standpoint. Allegations made to the family court. We propose, based on the above items, that Satoko Hojo should immediately be taken into protective custody. She should be secured temporarily under emergency allegations to the family court under Article 28. Request emergency coordination between all related agencies. Fuku Jisho D23, number 44, 1977. Child name Satoko Hojo. Residence Hinamizawa Village, Shishiba. Consultation circumstances. Telephone SOS from child of abuse. Abuse situation. Child claims she is being physically abused by her adoptive father. Family structure. Adoptive father, real mother, older brother, child in question. Adoptive father and real mother entered family registry in 19. The child is either the daughter of the mother's previous husband. Child Consultation Center's response. On the day of the child's telephone consultation, the center called the child's school and asked of her situation. On that day, the child welfare officer on duty visited the child's house and conducted an interview. The adoptive father sincerely listened to instruction and agreed to take child raising workshops in the city from now on. As part of the suggested coaching, the center will continue to observe the situation. Other notes. As a result of numerous counseling sessions at the city's education consultation office regarding the child, we learned there was a high possibility the cause of the child's excessive distrust towards her adoptive father was the result of a lack of communication. The abuse she claimed hadn't actually taken place. She made a false report to distance herself from her adoptive father. Below is a note written in pencil by the person on duty at the time. The problem appeared to be more with the daughter. Chief Investigator Epith's Education Consultation Office said that most of her stories of abuse were likely fabrications. They decided to shift the focus of their coaching to the child. Be cautious not to take everything the child says as truth. Mion and the others, having to set up for the Watanagashi festival or something, invited me along, but I refused. Of course I did. How could they be taking it easy and setting up for a festival in this situation? Mion had a lot of nerve. The first thing I did when I got back was take a shower. Not because I wanted to wash off sweat. It was because I wanted to be even calmer. I already understood this, but killing that man would be so very easy. The really hard thing would be not getting arrested for it, so we could get our peaceful days back. As I thought about it, I realized it wasn't easy. Japan's police force have the highest arrest rate in the world. I would need to deceitfully pull off the perfect crime, and it could not be a half-hearted attempt. Still, it wasn't 100%. Even the best police force in the world couldn't have a 100% arrest rate. I had read a lot of articles on trials with people brought up on false charges. They do a lot to determine whether they were really false accusations, but figuring out the real criminal is usually out of the question. And that meant perfect crimes did exist. In fact, perfect crimes were sort of like works of art. They could even be respected and revered. You just had to look at the inundation of mystery novels everywhere throughout history. They dealt with all sorts of difficult-to-solve incidents involving secret rooms and alibis and stuff, but they all wanted to show one thing. They wanted to show the beauty of a perfect crime. There was something divine in the flawlessness of the word perfect. Yes, perfect crimes were skills of the gods. And in that sense, the serial freak deaths they were calling the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I understood that they must have been one of the works of gods. Each one appeared to have been resolved, but they couldn't stop it from happening every year. Skills belonging only to gods, those are perfect crimes. And I would be setting up my own crime before Oyashiro-sama's series of perfect crimes 4 years in the running. If I were to put it boldly, I was challenging a god. Foolhardiness would be needed to make the decision, but I needed to be calm, cool, colder than ice to put that plan together. Kill him like a flame, but as systematic as ice. Starting now, I needed to retain both of those ideas within me. Modeling my crime after a mystery novel wasn't actually a bad thing to focus on. Sometimes kidnappings involving disturbing original methods that made it into the newspaper were used as a basis for novels after the person was arrested. Stuff like that made it into the news. Day and night, for a very long time, mystery novel authors polished and refined their most fantastic artistic crimes. Imitating that could be a shortcut to planning the perfect crime in a short period of time. Of course, I haven't read enough mystery novels to act all high and mighty about them. The one who really liked mystery novels was my mom. She had read every well-known mystery novel from overseas, from past and present. Every time she watched mystery shows, she would always criticize them as having cheap tricks or being poorly thought out. I wonder what the perfect crime would mean to her. What do I think the most well done perfect crime in all the mystery novels I've read is? Yeah, well, you read quite a lot of them, right? I figure you might know a lot about them. It's more fun to read them to find out. If I told you all the tricks right off the bat, they would be no fun anymore. It wasn't like I was asking for my own amusement. So she was deflecting the question, so I would somehow butter her up first and draw an answer. Of course, Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None is my top recommendation. And Murder on the Orient Express used some great bold tricks too, of course. I didn't see it coming at all. I didn't want to know which novels you liked. I wanted to know about the trick that made you the most surprised. If it was a really perfect trick, the detectives wouldn't be able to solve the case, though. That was true. Then there would be no point. Mystery novels are enjoyable because of the process of the mysteries getting solved. If it was unsolvable, it wouldn't make a very good topic for a novel. I get it. Yeah, you're right. If the main character can't solve it, it wouldn't be much of a story, huh? Was I being too simplistic? A mystery novel is basically a game. They were written so that you can get to the goal, so that you could solve them. But I couldn't use something so optimistic. It needed to be the be all end all of tricks so that we could, without a doubt, return to our old lives. By the way, Keiichi, do you understand that truly perfect crimes don't even become stories? Mom looked at me intellectually and grinned impishly. I had never gone to read it, but apparently one time, a long time ago, Mom had written her own mystery novel and submitted it for some mystery novel reward. Apparently she was really into it. Don't even become stories? What does that mean? Keiji, what are the essential parts of a story? A beginning, a middle, and an end. Correct. The beginning, of course, is especially important. If there is no beginning, then the story never starts. Well, yeah, if nothing happened, nothing would begin. Right. Nothing happened, so there wouldn't even be an incident. Detectives wouldn't be called, so there wouldn't be any mystery. There would be no mystery, so there would be no solution. In other words, it would be the ultimate perfect crime. Wait, wait a second. Could you explain that again? My mom just told me something absurd. And she was saying it so smoothly, too, so I kind of tuned her out. But she said something extremely important right now. It's not really that difficult to understand. The incident just has to never come to light, that's all. Just has to never come to light. For example, how about this? Say there's an old man living deep in the forest nobody goes into. And one day the old man gets killed by an axe. And let's say the criminal was the old man's son. He went to the old man's house and they were drinking together, but they got into a fight and he killed him. What an extremely cheap plot. It was an impulsive crime without a bit of planning. It was pretty far from a perfect crime. But Keiji, the house was really, really deep in this forest. So deep in the mountains that nobody would ever go out that far. Then his son would go back to town and say that the old man was doing fine. What about that as a perfect crime? Keiichi, this incident would only begin when it was found out the old man was killed. If nobody ever visited the old man's house after that, that beginning would never occur. The beginning would never occur. So basically, the story wouldn't start. The incident wouldn't come to light, and they would not call the detectives. and nobody would be suspicious in the first place, so there would be no mystery. They would think the old man was still living by himself deep in the forest, and the old man's face would appear in the sky, and that would be it. Something like that, you know? That, that's amazing. That's a pretty great trick. But it wouldn't be a novel. Mystery novels are for entertainment, after all. They can't be instruction manuals for perfect crimes. I was trying hard to talk cheerfully to fool her, but inside I was excited. Special tools, strange geography, mysterious drugs, traps involving huge sums of money. None of them were needed for the perfect crimes. The important thing was that there wasn't a beginning. As long as the incident didn't come to light, it would be fine. Speaking broadly, if I could kill him without anyone finding out and dispose of the corpse somewhere no one could find, it would basically already be a perfect crime. Of course, if someone up and vanished one day all of a sudden, people would get suspicious. But that didn't apply to this man. Last year, after their aunt died, he ran away from the village in fear of Oyashiro-sama. When the night of Watanagashi came around again, everyone would have to think that he ran away in fear again. I mean, he had been living with a lover of his in town. No matter what it felt like when he vanished, no one would be suspicious. People hated him after all. No one would care where he went if he disappeared. When I thought about it like that, it got easier and easier to imagine killing him. There was no point in thinking inside my house anymore. I left getting my bike out of the garage. For now, it didn't matter where I was going. I just rode through the wind, trying to calm my excitement by feeling the cool air on my body. Where I would kill him, how I would do it, what time, and how to dispose of the corpse. If I had just those four things, I could get a good plan going. I was so surprised at how little there was to decide that I shivered. I had been completely prepared to build this humongous plan over a really long period of time. But if I could just get these little things in order, I could put it into motion. Today was Saturday. I would have to kill him on the night of Watanagashi. So as long as I was standing in for Oyashiro-sama, I only had 24 hours remaining. Satoko, just hang on for 24 more hours. I can't even imagine having to suffer through even more, but please, hold out for a little longer. I know you can't even last another second. I know that. But please, just hold out. Your Nini will save you for sure. Outside it was still early enough for the cicadas to be crying. Early afternoon. Evening was still a long way off. I looked at the sky. At some point it had gotten cloudy. Come to think of it, as I left the house, I heard on TV that the weather forecast was calling for a chance of rain on Sunday. The sky was the color of red lead. If I heard a little bit of thunder, I would definitely have expected a sudden evening shower. My first destination was school. Before explaining why I was going there, I needed to explain what method for killing that man I had decided upon. I decided that the most suitable death, the one I needed to give him, was the same as last year's curse, the same as the punishment their aunt had received, being beaten to death. Wouldn't beating him to death be somewhat unreliable? You may think that stabbing him with a blade would be more reliable. No, you just have to keep hitting until it's all goo. It's all good. But this was something I had chosen after a lot of thought. You just need to think realistically. The law, it prohibited carrying any blades longer than 10 centimeters, I think. So the blades available to me, though long enough, were limited to things shorter than the ruler. You can probably understand how tricky it would be with such a short reach to go up against an opponent that might fight back. In that case, using a weapon with reach would be far more effective. It might not have the same precision, but you just had to hit the guy until you killed him. Both options resulted in death. With that settled, what is the weapon with the most terrifying force behind it that is also easy to carry around? By this point, you should immediately think of a metal baseball bat. I don't need to explain how terrifying a metal baseball bat can be as a weapon. No, 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 you need a wooden baseball bat. You need a wooden baseball bat and you need to pound some nails into the baseball bat so they're sticking out. A special note is the fact that you can carry one around in broad daylight and not be thought of as suspicious. Just those 2 points would have been enough to choose a metal bat for my weapon. But there was one more reason for choosing a metal bat in particular. I will speak about it later. After school that Saturday, my classmates were still having fun, playing in the schoolyard. I could show up there and it would be the same as always, so nobody will think I am suspicious. Getting my hands on the weapon without looking suspicious was actually a factor I could not ignore. I didn't normally play baseball, so if I went to a sports store looking for a metal bat, it would definitely be suspicious. I cannot let there be a beginning to the story, so I needed to be really careful about that. That left school, at a location at which my parents would not be suspicious. I would acquire the weapon. I checked inside the classroom through the window, but of course there was nobody there. The only students who would stay in there were me and the others when doing club activities. Without us, the classroom after school was just an empty, unused room. Without glancing around nervously, as if I had just gone to get something I had forgotten, I casually went in the entrance. It looked like the teacher was busy with paperwork in the teacher's lounge. I didn't see her in the hallway. Naturally, yet quickly as a shadow, I entered the classroom. The empty room was full of strange, stagnant air that you couldn't feel normally. An empty classroom with nobody here. Maybe, while no one was around, the desks creep about of their own accord, licking the floors clean of dirt. If I suddenly stepped into a place like that, would the desks, in their surprise, fly at me, crush my bones, and eat me alive? That's ridiculous. I felt regret at wasting valuable time thinking on stupid delusions. The students' lockers were lined up in the back of the classroom. The one I was looking for wasn't my own. It was a forbidden locker, one I had accidentally discovered one day. Here it is, Hojo. This has to be it. If one person has one locker, then why would only Satoko have two? I had made a fuss about it once. After that, I learned it was Satoshi's locker, and he had the same last name as her. But of course, even though it was a locker for a student no longer here, looking inside it was still a shameless act. But one time, I let my curiosity get the better of me and took a peek inside. Inside it was average and worthless. At the time, I hadn't been interested, so until now I had forgotten what had been in it. But now that I had, dare I say it, awakened, I remembered the thing that had been there. I opened the locker, and a stench of mold and sweat wafted out like a gym storehouse that hadn't been cleaned in weeks. My face puckered up at the stench, but I looked for it. Yes, Satoshi was on Coach's baseball team. Inside the locker was a Hinamizawa fighter's uniform, and the one Satoshi used, the metal bat. Yes, this was the reason I wanted to choose this bat. This murder would be carried out by me, but this wasn't originally my role. It was Satoshi's. But I would stand in for him and call myself Satoko's Nini. It was one of the rules for standing in for him. I reached for the metal bat and grasped it firmly. It was light, and yet its tip had enough heft in it enough to easily imagine the horror of it brought down with all my might. Satoshi, I'll give you one last chance to save your sister. Lend me your strength. You are a coward, but I will stand in for you. So if you still care even a little bit about her, you will lend me your strength. There is no more suitable weapon in the world for putting that man to death than your bat. Now, I just need to figure out where to hide it. Tomorrow, before the act, I would just stop by the school and grab it, because I couldn't ignore the possibility someone would see me bringing it home and think it was strange. If I left it here, there wouldn't be a problem. Plus, tomorrow was Sunday. Not only that, it was the day of the biggest festival in the whole village. Nobody would be coming to school. I left out the entrance and went over to a construction vehicle parked nearby. We had been warned by our teacher not to touch it just for laughs, so none of the kids would come near the vehicle either. They wouldn't, because if she found out they touched it, they would be in huge trouble. I quietly hid it in the shadow of the vehicle. The chances of someone operating the vehicle tomorrow were slim to none, because tomorrow was Sunday. Government workers had the day off, and from what my classmates had said, the thing had been left here for years now. Machines that haven't been moved in years. You can't just suddenly start them up again. So I was almost definitely fine in this case. The sunlight was piercingly hot. My head grew faint for a moment. Had the heat been this harsh for the entire day? A moment of dull thoughts like this was a moment of carelessness. I gave myself a couple hits in the head, then looked around warily. Okay, next, how to dispose of the corpse. Well, there is a convenient junk pile just outside town. I can't imagine too many people go there. And then there's a swamp. Disposing of the corpse. The ultimate way to not create a beginning was to not let the corpse be found. It was even more important than killing him. Thinking on it vaguely, the first thing that came to mind was the swamp. Onikafuchi, the dreadful bottomless swamp, revered even now, that appeared in the legends of Onikafuchi village. Yes, the swamp called Onikafuchi was here first, and then the village took its name to become Onikafuchi Village. In other words, this swamp was the origin of Onikafuchi Village. No one, no matter who it was, would float back to the surface of this bottomless swamp. Everyone would be swallowed down into the land of the demons below the earth. That was how the stories went. If I was trying to copy Oh Yes Hirosama's curse, I felt that theory demanded I discard the remains and the weapon into the swamp. But they may have said it's bottomless, but I didn't actually know. And people say large creatures like humans produce a lot of gas when they rot, granting a lot of buoyancy. It was why using fairly heavy objects to hold them down people down didn't work. Come to think of it, with the curse the year before last, Rika-chan's mother drowned herself in the swamp, and the criminal behind the dismemberment that went missing the year of the first curse too. It was rumored he had tried to discard the body in the swamp and accidentally drowned it. I never heard of the corpse coming back up or them finding it. Then, shouldn't I choose to discard the corpse there too? I could discard the weapon there. And then, for example, if her uncle came out on a motorcycle and attacked, it would be convenient to get rid of the bike too. I knew that Satoko's uncle generally used a motorcycle for transportation. But as for the corpse, After a lot of worrying, I decided not to disgorge the corpse in the swamp. The drowning, suicide, and accident were both rumors. Nobody knew if they had actually happened. There were no lack of false rumors about the drowning suicide anyway. It was possible the murderer hadn't drowned there and was still on the run. That meant no one had ever confirmed a corpse being dropped in there and then not coming back up. Then what should I do with the body? I thought it might be interesting to go with the first incident, cut him to pieces and hide him, but the preparation and work for dismembering a human body would be difficult given the amount of time I had. No, you just gotta keep hitting it. Just hit it with a bat so much that it turns into a goop, and you could just, fling the goop in the river or something. That would probably work, right? If you just keep hitting, grind the bones into a powder, and then just make a goop. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's all good. Without the question, I arrived at the conclusion to go with a more orthodox method of burying the body. Then where would I bury it? Was a question related to where I would kill him. Of course, I wanted to keep my time and proximity to the body at a minimum. With that in mind, I would want to dig the hole to dump the body in beforehand and to make the location of the act and the hole close together. The choice of where to plan the crime, that I needed to be absolutely careful and thorough with. It had to be somewhere nobody would witness it, and a place with hiding places for a sneak attack. I could dig a hole for the body right there. I go over the possibilities in my head with the various destinations her uncle would head to from Satoko's house. I imagined a map of the area in my head, and I found a place that fulfilled those conditions so easily it was almost unbelievable. A bit of a back road that went through the woods. I didn't think her uncle would go deeper into the mountains of Yagochi on a whim. If he was going somewhere, he would pass through these woods first. And nobody used this back way unless they had something to do at Satoko's house or one or two other places. This path was fantastically ideal, as few people used it. I would wait for him in these woods. Would an ambush actually be possible? I went into the trees and tried really hiding myself in a few places. It was extremely quiet. My senses could be sharpened here to their maximum amount. I didn't know when he would come, but I would wait right here for Satoko's uncle. I actually had some trouble coming to that decision. The question arose of whether I should somehow call the man out. Was there a risk I would be taking by luring him here? That made Satoko do all the shopping and errands. He seldom left on his own business. He wouldn't leave unless I worked out a plan to force him to, would he? That was the question. Tomorrow was the Watanagashi festival. Would he go out for the festival or would he stay inside? If he stayed inside, how would I drag him out of his house? That's right. Wouldn't he make Satoko go to the festival? Satoko would go to the festival. Meanwhile, I would call the man. This is the Okinomiya police station. We have the young lady from your house. Could you come and pick her up immediately? It didn't even have to be the police. This is a clinic. The young lady from your house has been injured. Please come and pick her up. Yes, that would work too. If I claimed to be the police or the hospital, told him to come and then hung up on him, he would rush there trying to figure out what was going on, wouldn't he? And just the other day he was visited by a probation officer. He wouldn't suddenly grumble about having to get his niece and not go. It would look like child neglect. The man had no skills around the house. Satoko as a slave was an essential part of his daily life. Conclusion. If he went out to the festival, I would attack him here on his way there or back. If he didn't, I would lure him out by phone. If luring him out by phone was my first step, I needed to be sure Satoko would go to the festival, leaving the house. It would be convenient if I could make Mion or take Satoko to the festival. She said her aunt was a district welfare officer. In other words, an ally to the probation officer. If I somehow incited Mion to take Satoko to the festival with her, Well, being who she would use that fact and get her there. Satoko should just take a break and have fun at the festival with everyone. She should have a good time, reminisce on her former peaceful days, and when she went home, everything would be over. Yeah, that would be the best outcome. With that decided, I needed to dig a hole somewhere in the woods to hide the body, so it wouldn't stand out, so it wouldn't be found. Someplace nobody would see me while I was completely exposed as I buried the corpse. I had wanted it to be close to the scene of the crime, but it naturally grew further away. Deep in the bosom of the Black Forest, the voices of the Higurashi were the only sounds here, informing me that people shouldn't indiscreetly set foot in this place. Digging a hole, huh? Digging a hole so many tree roots crawling around the ground would be more difficult than I had envisioned. I snuck a gardening spade out here in my bag, but that wouldn't be enough. Still, as I looked into various approaches, I managed to find a place I could dig into. Tomorrow I'd bring a real shovel from the storeroom at home. I would manage with that. I wondered how big a hole would have to be to fit a human all the way into it. I'd probably have to dig pretty deep. 6 feet. Gotta go 6 feet so the wild animals don't get to it, because that could cause problems too. It caused it to be found. 6 feet. Or at least put a giant rock on it or something. But if I was slipshod in these efforts, I would let a beginning occur. I absolutely could not allow that. I use any amount of time you need to. I mustn't spare any effort to utterly erase him. I glanced at my wristwatch. It was a little past 6. This was probably all I was going to get done here for today. I really wanted to dig the hole in advance tonight, even if it got dark out, but Mom would be upset if I stayed out that late. It wouldn't be good to come off as suspicious to my parents. I needed to go back home and give Mion a call soon. I needed to get her to promise Satoko to take her by tonight. After that, today would be done. Done. Would it be, though? Was this really everything I could do to prepare right now? I decided where to kill him. I decided how to kill him. I decided, of course, how to dispose of the body. I didn't decide on a time, but I would play that by ear. I didn't have a way to decide that. Was that really all? Was this really all right? Have I overlooked anything? Would this really go how I planned? After all this, worries started welling up one after the other. It was only natural I would be anxious. This would be the first and last big job of my lifetime. I could not allow failure, and I had no experience as this was my first time. I didn't have the know-how, the knack, so it was only natural I would be anxious. The dark clouds of unease told me doing nothing would be the easiest way, a truly pathetic suggestion this late in the game. Have you forgotten how miserable Satoko looked? From the outside it may have looked like I was resolute, but deep in my heart my knees were shaking loudly. I've never actually won a single fight to my satisfaction. Could I really kill someone? I may have been planning an ambush, but my enemy was large and far older than me. He had a scary face and he looked like he was well accustomed to fighting. Could I have all the pieces before and after the murder were perfectly planned, but was the actual murder the most important part when settled me the most? All my preparations, all my perfectly concealed machinations, if I didn't successfully murder him, they amounted to nothing. Damn it. After coming this far, you are pathetic, Keiichi Maebara. If you start to have these kinds of second thoughts, your ulterior motive will be obvious. Let's go home. Go home and calm your mind. Tomorrow will be a junction in your life, the likes of which graduation, employment, marriage, and childbirth could not hold a candle to. A day of murder, to kill someone for someone else's sake. With that day behind us, we would take it back again. Those mild spring-like days we never thought would stop. Those safe, peaceful, fun times. I pedaled my bicycle hard to get back home. I felt somehow unsteady, like my body and soul were not in alignment. A subtle shift between where the tips of my hands and feet really were and where I felt them to be. My vision was a little distant and narrow, as if the great barrier I risked my future life on had nothing to do with me. An unreal sensation. How could I put it? Everything was so far away. Fine. Feel your unease permeate you, Keiichi Maebara. If that will turn your timidity into meticulousness and allow you to act with greater caution, then it's actually an important emotion to feel. This feeling I had never went away that night. It was the first time I would be calling Mion's house. I searched for her in the phone book the school gave me, then dialed a short phone number, the kind unique to remote places. It was around dinner time. She would probably be home, but just as I started to think nobody would respond, someone finally picked up the receiver. Hello, this is Sonosaki. Oh, I'm sorry for calling so late. Is this Mion? May I ask who's calling? It's me, Keiichi. Oh, Keiichi. It's pretty late. What's up? She seemed to be in a weirdly good mood, and she drew her syllables out. Right. It's the night before tomorrow's festival, so she's probably with her family having some drinks. Sorry for the late call. Do you have time right now? Sure. What is it? It's about Satoko. I heard her draw in a small breath on the other end. Satoko. She's in a pretty bad spot. I hope she's okay. The scent of sake had completely disappeared from her voice. She can't be okay. You saw too, didn't you? What she was like. She was completely worn out from all the abuse. We failed her all this time, and now she's become like that. We didn't fail her. Everyone tried their hardest to help her, but we didn't come up with anything, and we couldn't save her. In the end, we couldn't do anything about it, and now she's become like that. I guess you're right. All I did was watch after all. So, well, at least, couldn't we at least let her have fun for one night? Let her have fun? She's been so better lately, you understand. That's why I want you to take her to the Watanagashi festival tomorrow. I don't mind, but why? Why? I want to give her a breather for at least the festival night, you know? Even if it's just one night, if she can get away with her from her evil uncle, then I think she'll be happy, even if it's only for a little while. Yes, but why? Why? Why what? I was having a little difficulty understanding what Mion was asking me. Why? Well, I mean, why don't you bring her, Kei-chan? Why do you need to ask me to do it? Mion was persistent about odd things. Maybe it would be better to say that she was sharp. I have something to do tomorrow. I can't make it to the festival, so I wanted you to take Satoko there for me. Something to do. It's nothing major. I'll probably finish quickly, but I might not be able to meet up with you all tomorrow. Hey, Mion. Could I leave Satoko to you just for tomorrow night? Mion took a long time to give her a reply. Now remember here, he already asked Mion as a representative of potentially the people who have been committing the crimes to get rid of her uncle. So she's probably thinking that he's planning on getting rid of himself. That's probably what's going on in her head. Like, this fool, he can't, he doesn't have the balls to actually do this, right? I got the feeling that Mion had been acting weird for a while now, like she was flustered by emotions or something. No. What? Was that a sob? Mion, are you crying? I said no, I don't want to. I don't want you to push this onto someone like me. I'm not trying to push anything onto you. It's just for tomorrow night. That was a lie. What? Mion, what was she talking about? Saying it's just for the night of Watanagashi, and then it was forever. Liar. But I guess we are even, I couldn't keep the promise I made with you. I left her alone all this time. I had no idea what to say to that. Mion was clearly now talking to someone other than me. I didn't know who. All I could do was listen to her in a daze. You never came back after that, and now you called me again to push her onto me. You are so unfair. Hey, you are Satoshi, aren't you? Mion, what are you talking about? When I said her name, whatever spell was on Mion was released. I'm sorry. It's nothing. It's just that I got a phone call a lot like the one you're making now, a long time ago. Satoshi killed the aunt. Satoshi killed the aunt, and then something happened to Satoshi. Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought that, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, it's probably the exact same bat. I would not be surprised if it's the exact same bat that killed the aunt. Mion didn't answer. All I could hear were sobs coming from the receiver. Sorry. I think I'm still a little tipsy. I got all weirdly emotional. Sorry, I probably scared you. I had no idea how it happened, but I was pretty sure that last year on this very day, Satoshi had called Mion and told her to bring Satoko to the festival. And when she asked why he needed her to do it, he replied the same way I just did. Satoshi didn't go to the festival, did he? Yeah, he said he had something to do and couldn't make it. He told me to take Satoko there in his place. He killed the aunt. He killed the aunt. At the time, Satoshi said it too, didn't he? That he would leave Satoko to you. Yeah, he did. Just for tomorrow night. The way you said it was just like how he did. I just got a little upset, caught up in a memory and all. I didn't expect this. Satoshi had given her the exact same phone call a year ago today. Mion kept going after that. That he was lying. That he told her it'd only be for the night of the festival. I get it. A few days later, Satoshi, he disappeared. Disappeared might have been a rather vague way to put it. Whether he ran away or not, Satoshi left, abandoning Satoko. Yes, he didn't transfer or run away from home. He disappeared. And then an idea far more indistinct than even fog crossed my mind. Satoshi made exactly the same phone call as me last year. Why would Satoshi make the exact same call? If, in the truest sense, he really made the exact same phone call as I am right now, In the instant where they're all, yep, see, even the main characters realizing it, yep, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's, could it? Was Satoshi. What was that? Last year, Satoko had been constantly abused by her uncle's wife, their aunt, too. Her aunt abused her the most. And on that night, in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse, she was taken from this world. If I thought about that, everything made perfect sense, didn't it? Last year, Satoko's aunt was beaten to death, wasn't she? Would it be impossible for Satoshi to have? No, but that would mean. But then Satoshi, he was a coward who abandoned Satoko and ran away, wasn't he? How could Satoshi resolve himself to kill a person to save Satoko? It was unthinkable. I actually considered that as well, though it would be mean to Satoshi. A few days later, he disappeared on Satoko's birthday. When I first heard it, I flew into a rage. What a cruel day to have run away on. But now that I thought about it like this, the story changed completely. Satoshi had probably been even less calm than I was now. He was her big brother, related by blood, watching his little sister be abused day in and day out. Maybe that's why he couldn't keep calm. And that was why the corpse of their aunt, beaten to death, was so easily discovered. Satoshi lost himself in his anger and hadn't hidden the corpse. He had permitted a beginning to occur. If the police conducted a full-blown investigation, it was easy to imagine they wouldn't take long to pin down Satoshi as the culprit. Satoshi. He wished for a return to peaceful days with Satoko, and though he achieved it for a time, he had been steadily driven into a corner, and then he wanted to at least hold out until Satoko's birthday. But finally, they nailed him. At the time, Satoshi had been carrying the savings he had amassed to buy Satoko a giant stuffed animal for a birthday present. He would buy the stuffed animal as her gift and then get caught, or he could use the money to disappear. That was a choice he had been forced to make, and he decided not to make Satoko the sister of a murderer. If that was the case, that must have been an unspeakably bitter decision. All that money he had saved, wanting to see Satoko happy, he had to use it to make her sad, and he used the savings and disappeared to Tokyo if the rumors were true. Was that how Satoshi disappeared? I don't know. That Oishi guy seems to think that way though. Oishi. Had he been slowly driven into corner by that repulsive man's pig-headed pursuit? The circumstantial evidence is all there, but I think your deduction is wrong. They caught some crazy drug addict somewhere in the prefecture, and he apparently turned himself in for the crime. That was right. The deviant had confessed, and the incident was solved. They said he really was just a crazy person, and that he had no ties to Hina Mizawa, and no relationship with Satoshi, of course. I mean, I have a pretty hard time believing the guy would lie in Satoshi's place. You couldn't just arbitrarily decide that. You never know where or how humans are tied together. If that guy took the blame, then it was a perfect crime. Of course, if it was really a perfect crime, there would have been no reason for Satoshi to vanish. Unless Satoshi made a deal with Oishi that he would turn himself in if they just claimed he was a random drug addict and he's actually in prison right now. But, anyway, I don't think Satoshi has the kind of money to run away. That day he withdrew all his savings. No matter who I tell this to, nobody believes me, but That stuffed animal he said he was buying for Satoko. It was gone from the display. Sold. It must have been Satoshi. Wait a minute. If he didn't use the money to flee and bought the stuffed animal instead, he would have gone back to Satoko, wouldn't he? It seems unbelievable he would buy it and then disappear without having given it to her. Yeah. So now I don't know what happened. It would be one thing if he had the money, but if he used all his savings on it, he would be totally broke. You can't live a life on the run without money in this world. Well, you can if you rob people, but anyway, I didn't get it. After all that, I was understanding Satoshi less and less. The two of us fall silent. I couldn't remember how we even got on this topic. Sorry. I think we got off topic. Satoko, right? Don't worry. I actually already invited her. You serious? When everyone went to the shrine to prepare for the festival, we started talking about getting Satoko to the festival itself. So then I used the phone at the assembly hall to invite her. Her uncle was acting distant and didn't seem to care at all, but in any case we got the okay from him. We decided to all meet up and go together tomorrow. You okay with that? Satoshi? Stupid. I'm not Satoshi. I was a little relieved. Gosh darn, I keep doing that. I hadn't needed to make the phone call. Satoko had already been invited to the festival, and not in a way that smelled of blood. A way to leave her uncle alone to create time for me to kill him. They purely wanted Satoko to enjoy herself, so they invited her. In the end it was the same, but I was happy for that slight difference. Sorry. I guess I didn't need to call then. First, yesterday, now, today. Sorry for saying such weird things. Just forget about it. I'm the one who should apologize. Losing it like this isn't like me. I'm really sorry. I apologized to each other for a little bit. Alright, I'll be going now. Good night. What did you have to do? As if interrupting our parting words, Mion struck straight where it hurt. Or is it like with Satoshi, where you can't say? Stupid. I keep telling you I'm not Satoshi. Yeah, I know that. I deflected her with a response that wasn't really an answer. Mion didn't hound me anymore after that. Alright, this time for real. Good night. I don't know why you're giving me the same phone call as Satoshi-kun did, but yeah, never mind. I'm sorry. Good night. I'm hanging up. Satoshi Hojo, just who are you? I scorned you as a coward who ran away, abandoning his sister. I always thought you didn't have the right to call yourself her Nini, but now I didn't know what to think. Oh yes, Shiro-sama's curse on the 4th year, their aunt's death and Satoshi's disappearance, and now me trying to carry out Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 5th. Oddly enough, what I was going to do overlapped perfectly with Satoshi the day before the curse. No, that wasn't all. If we start back from Satoko being abused, then I had already been overlapping Satoshi for days. When I talked to Mion before, she asked me if I was Satoshi. If that was the first impression a third party like Mion got, then it was probably true. Then, as Satoshi had accomplished, I would succeed in the murder. But that was the extent to which we overlapped. I was far calmer than Satoshi, and more calculating. I could actually grow calmer the more enthusiastic I became. That's why I wouldn't follow in Satoshi's footsteps. I would snip him cleanly out of the world and then get our peaceful life back. Maybe Satoshi has been with me ever since I chose to use Satoshi's bat as my weapon. No, maybe even longer than that. When I decided I would be her genie, maybe Satoshi had been residing within me then too. Satoshi, were you really a coward? Or are you a true genie even now, the kind worthy of Satoko's love? I had never met him, never spoken to him, didn't even know his face, and yet I felt so connected to him. I had never felt this way before. Oh, still not quite. I guess possessed. It's just him starting on the path to it. Make your choice without looking back. Did he make a choice? Okay, he can still look back, but I don't know. For the attention of those on the housewife slaughter incident case. July 1982. Okonomiya Police Station, 1st Investigative Division, Chief Takasuki. Prefecture Police Headquarters for the Eradication of Drug-Related Crime. Shishibone Branch Head. Regarding incident designated as undercover investigation. This message is to inform you that a section of the testimony records of an incident under the police headquarters jurisdiction has been found that is sought to be related to the undercover investigation of the incident in question. Okinomiya Police Station X, Hinamizawa Village Housewife Slaughter Incident. During investigation of suspect who was arrested for possession of illegal drugs, there was testimony related to the crime in question, and as part of it we learned that the criminal had information only he could have known. Therefore, this record of testimony, duplicate attached, will be provided to you. If this testimonial is to be believed, then there is an extremely high chance that the suspect was the culprit behind the incident in question. In addition, the head investigator on the case received this report and inquired as to the incident with the Okinomiya police station, but the responsible party at Okinomiya Station, who responded to the designated undercover investigation announced by the Prefecture Police General Director on July 1st. 1982 Osamu Fusakane, B112, misunderstood and did not explain the incident's existence to the head investigator on the case properly. Because of this, the case's head investigator was not aware of the importance of the testimony as it related to the case in question, and as a result was negligent when combing the scene. We apologize for having left it in the dark until now. In addition, there is a postscript stating that suspect died while in confinement yesterday. Oh my. Okay, moving on. Moving on. Sunday. The fireworks I heard before noon were probably to announce the opening of the festival. And the weather certainly wasn't festival weather. It was cloudy. The television forecast was calling for possible downpours starting this evening and lasting until around midnight. But as long as it wasn't raining at the moment, the festival would go on. The festival had to open or it wouldn't begin. The Furude Shrine grounds were probably decorated beautifully for the big performance that only happened once a year. Many paper lanterns were hung up, all in the auspicious colors of red and white. The sound of electric motors at the stalls, the voices of kids running around, their happy families watching them, smiling. Today was the festival of Tatarigoroshi. Was everyone already partaking in the festivities? What about Satoko? Had she forgotten her days of suffering just for a few moments, while smiling that brilliant smile she hadn't in so long? This would probably be the longest day of my life. It would be a day I would remember vividly for as long as I lived. I told my parents I would go to the festival this evening and lounge about during the early afternoon. We may have lived under the same roof, but they couldn't help being surprised by the deviation from how I usually spent my time. Glancing at my parents out of the corner of my eye, I went to the front door. I tied my shoes just a little tighter than normal, as if to express the firmness of my resolve in those knots. When I decided to murder Satoko's uncle, I was in such a state of excitement I almost went crazy. And when I was planning out the act of a murder, which went directly against all the morals fostered in me thus far, I was in such a state of calm I almost thought I had lost my emotions. And then, yesterday, when I learned Satoshi had made exactly the same phone call as me, I didn't know how to describe the muddied feelings I had then and now entering today. Right now, I lacked all the emotions I had possessed until now. To make a simple analogy, it was the kind of feeling you might get right after you wake up, when you are still half asleep and you don't feel anything very clearly. I had no anger towards that man for the violence he had committed against Satoko, nor did I feel sadness towards or sympathize with her. I felt no discontent towards my friends, who had just waited and watched, never reaching out to her with any help, and no nervousness or fear towards the day that had finally come. Yes, right now, you could say I was in the best possible condition for carrying out a murder. When it came down to it, I would probably need to let my violent emotions take control, but right up until that moment, I would be like an insect. I would slowly, surely, and silently move towards my one objective. And then, when I had my prey, I would attack like a bullet. There was no emotion in that, just the creeping mindset insects possessed. A sort of sneaking feeling was just the best. I would kill Satoko's uncle like he was a worm. I had to laugh a little at thinking that way, thinking like an insect. I tightened my laces one more time and walked out the door. I brought the shovel out of the front storeroom. I would need it to dig the man's grave. The shovel was a convenient one made for camping. If I twisted it like so and split it into three, I could easily hide it in my bag. I twisted the shovel and dismantled it, and even though I had done it countless times before, I had trouble for some reason, like I was suddenly clumsy now. I knew why. It wasn't because I was nervous. My weak-willed self deep within me was hesitant. I knew that the act of dismantling the shovel was the first step I would take to becoming a murderer. The last twist was conspicuously difficult, but I finally submitted before the strength of my determination. The area around Satoko's house was outside my circle of activity, but even just riding my bike in the middle of the day like this might seem suspicious to an observant person. I definitely wanted to avoid meeting and talking to someone I knew. With that in mind, I chose the route to my destination carefully. I didn't mind going the long way around. With how long this day would be, I could never be too careful after all. Still, I was fortunate enough not to run across anybody on my way to the planned site of the crime. I wasn't superstitious at this point, but it was a good omen. The place I would dig at the hole was in this grove, a little further into the woods. I was worried I might not make it to the same place as before, since there were no signs to guide me, but I arrived there smoothly and as expected. I took another look around, not even a hint of human presence. The air was a little bit damp, but was comfortable in the cool shade of the trees. I took the disassembled shovel out of my bag and began skillfully putting it together. Then I stuck the tip of the shovel into a soft-looking patch of ground and pushed on it with my foot. The shovel would split into the earth if I put some strength into that foot. The act of doing so seemed awfully like the point of no return, and it made me hesitate. I was just digging a hole with a shovel, but it made me gulp hard. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Let's do a countdown. Get it done on the count of 3, okay? Alright, 1, 2. I couldn't do it on the countdown, despite it just being sticking the shovel into the ground. I had to count down 5 or 6 times. Damn it, I'm just digging a hole. This is pathetic. As I thought that, I put strength into my heel like I was stepping on something unpleasant, and split came the sharp noise. It was only soft at the beginning. Roots and stones quickly got in my way, informing me just how hard it was to dig a hole big enough for a person. No decent person would ever come here anyway. Maybe it would be enough to cover him up with some dirt. Every time a naive thought like that crept into my mind, I bit down on it with my teeth and dug even harder. I've dug enough now. I could hide him like this. Every time I thought that, I would go down into the hole, grow disappointed at how shallow it was, and return to digging. The thin layer of sweat on my brow eventually formed into drops and fell to the ground. My back was in even worse shape. My damp shirt adhered to my skin, and it felt so disgusting. The things I couldn't stand the most were the mosquitoes. Maybe they were attracted by the scent of my sweat. The white and black striped mosquitoes would cling to me whenever I let my guard down. It was hot. It was disgusting. I was sticky. I was itchy. All these uncomfortable feelings surged through me in waves. Damn it all. So what are you telling me, to pack up and go home? Is that it? I hadn't yelled at anyone. It was me talking to myself, me telling myself something. Why was I feeling this way and digging a hole all the way out here? What benefit would digging this hole give me? What harm would there be in not digging this hole at all? Wait, in the first place, who ordered me to dig? When I thought it over, maybe, ever since grade school or even before that, my whole life had only been me doing what other people told me to. I didn't mean it was somehow constrained, living a life just based on the commands of others. And I didn't mean I was too lazy to try and find my own road in life. Metaphorically speaking, yes, it was like a road. I had never been particularly physically fit. I didn't hit puberty very early. If all my classmates got in line, I would usually be on the shorter end. My scores in jump rope competitions and marathons were the very picture of average. And it wasn't like the captains of the dodgeball team would have a passionate rock, paper, scissors contest to see which would get me. During those kindergarten and grade school years, it felt like someone was only worth how fast they grew and how fit they were. Looking back on it now, it was really uncomfortable for me. The thing that turned all that around was just a few words from my mother. Keiji, would you like to go to cram school? You'll get better grasp at what you're learning in school, and it will be more fun. The very first test I took at cram school was kind of like a game. It was a lot of fun. It wasn't like the tests with the exact same problems dozens of times in a row. Every question had a picture to it, almost like one of those puzzle books that came with manga magazines. If my studies at school had been like this, it would have been way more fun. Several days later, I went to the cram school again with my mother and the enrollment paperwork. Mom and the person at the cram school had a really long, heated discussion, so I accidentally dozed off and missed most of what they said, but I clearly remember one point. Mom had made a loud groan, surprised at something. By 61, do you mean his average score was 61 points? Not at all, Mrs. Maybara. The mean deviation of our cram schools all across the country is 61. He is showing rare numbers, even if this was just a simplified intelligence examination. First, I would like to say that Keiji Maybara is extremely bright. Keiji, but he doesn't have very good grades at school. He has average marks on his report cards. B's, C's, D's. Is there some kind of mistake? We gave him the Kraepelin test as well, and we learned some very interesting things as a result. Maybar-kun is extremely weak when faced with questions that don't have any meaning. He just has no interest in simple dual questions that don't have to do with everyday life. So even if he doesn't know what 2 plus 3 is, if you told him he had 2 apples and got 3 more, he would understand that sort of question. Right. For example, instead of telling him to draw a flattened foldable cube, what if we asked him what a die would look like when cut open? If we did that, he can answer beautifully. Then the person from the cram school showed her a page of one of the exams I took. It was a paper with questions about construction. Construction questions were unusual, so they were really cool, weren't they? In this question, asked to draw an unfolded regular icosahedron, a shape with 20 faces. When we rephrased it and asked him how he would cut out a piece of cardboard to create a 20-sided die, Keiji-kun drew the answer as though it were easy. This is not something an average child can do. Keiji, have you ever made a die with 20 sides from a magazine extra or anything? Dice only went from 1 to 6. I had never even considered before this test that there were dice with more than 6 sides. So it was fun to imagine what kind of a shape a die that went up to 20 would have. If I had a die like that, I could win at dice games against anyone. So immediately I wanted to make it. Finally, I entered cram school. There were only 4 students in the class they put me in, which was called Select. It was the highest class, and some of my classmates were in lower classes. And when I remembered how much better they had done at things like dodgeball and the 50-meter sprint, I felt happiness well up within me for the first time. Even if I wasn't as good at them physically, I triumphed over them in other ways. It was fun at first. The more I did, the more I was praised. My teachers at school suddenly started pampering me, and it felt good. My parents were satisfied too, and I enjoyed seeing them satisfied. The more I listened to my parents' commands, the more fun things got. That did happen, didn't it? I grinned wryly in self-depreciation because, well, my studious lifestyle didn't end up lasting very long. It was only in the beginning I enjoyed learning more and more. I gradually got along less with my friends. My classes were behind while I was learning in cram school, and I eventually stopped respecting the teachers, given that they could put me asleep with lectures. And, well, I was a disagreeable sort who bragged a lot about how much I knew, and the ways of the world would let me remain at that state of ecstasy forever. I would do as I was told, then I would go above and beyond their expectations, and then they praised me. I was happy for that, and the cycle repeated itself like the wheels on a bike. I thought moving forward like that was how life worked, like a bicycle. When I moved to Hinamizawa, I realized just how inadequate it was. Some things happened, and we started saying how moving and getting a change in atmosphere would be nice. But then my father, he had a place I liked, that he had gone to a few times to draw the nature. He started saying that he wanted to bring his atelier there. With me in blank amazement, they decided to move to Hinamizawa. And after that, I I met them, didn't I? The first day after transferring here, I went to the classroom with the teacher. I thought it would seem pitiful for me to bring me in there, so I placed my hand on the door before she could, slammed it open, and set foot in the room. The thrilling, powerful way I opened that door was none other than my own determination to try doing my life over again. And then, within seconds, that determination took a hard counter to the face. A blackboard eraser fell on me. Plus, there was a huge rock inside. It was a supremely painful trap that someone had set up. Ah, come on. Satoko was already being me right from the first day I transferred. That frightened me. I was bewildered. The class was surprised too. I wasn't just surprised that the students were in the class were all different grades and were different genders. It was because the room felt completely different from the schools I knew. And as I spent more time with them, my surprise continued to grow. This fresh sense of surprise had never left my life even to this day. Every day was a fresh new surprise. I've never had a single boring day since coming here. The days were lively, spent with the other club members. We played Old Maid with cards with scratches on the back to cheat. We let all our passions go wild during our games. We went all out as regular participants in tournaments at the toy store in town, and many, many more things. Recently, during those times, there was the bento competition. It was then. That's when I saw an unexpected side to Satoko. Thinking back on it, I only ate dinner with her 2 nights. It was such a sweet, gentle time spent, and it warmed my heart remembering it even now. I realized that Satoko was pretending to be stubborn and firm, and how brave she was, part of her heart always waiting for her Nini to come home, and I vowed to become her Nini. Satoko may have been nagging and overly critical, but she knew how to take care of someone. But though it might have seemed like she was taking the lead, it was actually her way of depending upon another person. Even if Satoshi and Satoko's lives as siblings were confined by their uncle and his wife, they were still warm, sunny days. When did those sunny days go all wrong? What mistake was made? Lamenting tragedies of the past would do no good, and I had told myself that so many times, but I did anyway. Keiji, isn't that why you chose your own path? To take back that life? Nobody ordered you to do this. You decided it on your own. You don't desire anyone's praise for this. You thought it all through yourself. You'll carve it out yourself, and you will do it now. This wasn't a path I could see very far down, not like the road parents or society could offer. It was a narrow path, dark and utterly distressing, one for which the next step would always be shrouded in darkness. But that disheartening path would keep on going forever. It was an unlimited path, and there was nowhere I couldn't travel. The kind of path only available to those able to imagine where they wanted to go. Don't be ashamed at breaking from the brightly lit paved road. In fact, feel proud that you found your very own path to walk. And I hadn't discarded the paved road either. Once I achieved my goal, I would go back to that bright road, and then I would spend those average sunny days at my leisure. When I next time realized it, the hole had grown so deep I couldn't believe it. Did I dig this myself? I think digging this much is enough, right? I put my shovel into the bottom of the hole. I drag the body here, throw it into the hole, and cover it up with dirt. Even if it took me time to camouflage it by putting plants on top, it would all go much more easily than digging this hole had. I glanced at my watch. It was almost evening and I hadn't realized it. I may not have felt the time passing, but digging a hole this deep must have taken quite a lot of time. I took a seat on my slanted rock nearby and wiped the sweat from my brow. Now, once it had got a little darker, I would go get the metal bat I hid in the schoolyard. Then I would make the call to lure him out. And then I would do it. The number of things I needed to do to reach that moment were dwindling. I felt that moment closing in on me much more keenly than I did the passage of time. I didn't have any hesitation, but I still felt that a contradiction. At every step in this process, I had a few chances to hesitate, to turn back, to let myself lose my nerve. Having to endure those million temptations and wait for when the time was right was an indescribably slow and painful torture. I had thought myself acting all weak because of that, but I stopped midway through. This was okay. It was fine. I could detest the abnormal act of homicide as much as I wanted, and it did not matter. I wasn't going to be a cutthroat killer after today. I would pass through this strange day and go back to the world I was in before. If I fell to the level of a psychopath who thought nothing of killing, I wouldn't be able to go back to my old life. So this was fine with me. I didn't have to feel ashamed at hesitating to kill, because I was human. It was so funny to me that I would be the bearer of Oyashiro-sama's curse at the same time I was aware I was human. I exhaled lightly and stood. I concealed my presence and sharpened my senses in all directions to search for anyone around but me. Okay, let's go. One step at a time, I'd walk my own path, a path no one had forced me to walk. Let's do this. Keiichi Maebara. The cicadas made an annoying fuss. Their chorus covered up the suspicious noise of me breaking twigs underfoot, and their chorus filled the path far ahead of me, letting me know I would be alone for some time. The cicadas blessed the path I walked, encouraging me with every last ounce of strength they had. The sky was far above. In not even an hour the veil of night would draw near and the sky would be tainted with dusk. By that time, the Higurashi would let me hear their chorus in place of the cicadas. When that happened, would everything be over with? Would everything have ended? I said something along those lines when I left Satoko's fate up to a public agency. But this time was different. I would do it. I would carry it out. I would end it. It would all be over very soon. Everything would end. Yes, when the Higurashi cried. There was nobody at school. I couldn't hear the playful voices of children. This was the first time I had seen the school with such a lack of human presence. Still, I quieted my breath and looked around, not wanting to be unprepared. It had gotten darker outside, but now it was almost like my eyes could see more clearly now. I made absolutely sure of my safety, then walked to the heavy construction machine I'd hidden the metal bat behind. I had a tinge of worry, a premonition that someone had found the bat and hidden it somewhere else as a prank. If that happened, would I take that as an opportunity to desist? If it really wasn't there, then the sensation of chilled metal. It was still here where I left it. It hadn't run away. Satoshi hadn't run away. He had waited here patiently for me. Sorry for the wait, Satoshi. It's been a long time coming. You prepared for this? Through the metallic touch, Satoshi grins at me in my mind. That's why I should be asking you. That's what I should be asking you, no? I did this last year already. You should be more worried about yourself. Right on, Satoshi. Let's show him a bad time. Satoshi's bat got lighter and lighter and fit into my hands like it was being absorbed. It didn't feel wrong to swing this. I could move it around so naturally it was like an extension of my own right arm. Of course it felt like that. Satoshi and I were holding one bat together. Next, I would make the call to lure the man out. It wasn't a bad time for it. My friends were doubtlessly parading happily through the stalls. I hadn't considered where to make the call from. My house and Satoko's were pretty far apart. If I called from my house, I wouldn't make it. Couldn't I use the school phone? But as I thought, my room was locked up, and I couldn't get in. Shit. I'm so naive. You should have at least figured this part out. I couldn't call him, and just for that was today all over? I'm sorry, Satoshi. And just as I cursed my own naivety, a miracle occurred. A bicycle came into the schoolyard. It was a familiar middle-aged man, the one from the Forest Service field office. Why? Wasn't today Sunday? Was he here to pick up something he forgot? Anyway, the forest officer went around back and felt around in his pocket, then unlocked the door and entered. The best possible coincidence. It had to be Satoshi who saved me. The metal bat, through just my contact with it, told me this was a chance I couldn't allow to slip by. The sections for the forest office and the school were neatly separated. I felt the man head into the forest office's storehouse, which was so far in the back students were not allowed into it. The door didn't match its fittings well, so it didn't close all the way, and the gap in the door opened slowly as if to lure me in. I took a deep breath and went in. I tiptoed along, silent and stealthily, and made it into the teacher's lounge. That was the only place with a phone. As I held my breath in the teacher's lounge, I heard the Forest Service officer walking back over. Then the back door clattered shut and was locked. I glanced out the window at the schoolyard and watched as the man got on his bike like nothing had happened and rode out the school gate. The school once again emptied becoming deathly silent. I waited for a bit to make sure the silence was the real deal, then reached for the telephone on the principal's desk. I fished Satako's phone number out of my pocket. Yes, the number in the class directory for Satoko had been the one from their house and now, where she lived with her uncle. I touched the dial with my fingers, and then thought for a moment about what to say exactly when he picked up. Despite how many times I had gone over it in my head last night, now that I had my finger on the dial like this, it started to seep out of my mind like a cracked bucket leaking water. Simple would be best. More importantly, to say it straight and not sound suspicious. I counted off 3 heartbeats and spun the dial. The call sound. Was Satoko's uncle pick up? Now of all times, the hope that he wouldn't pick up and the feeling of doom and the knowledge that I couldn't save Satoko if he didn't whirled around in a vortex. Hello? It was the voice of a grumpy man like he had just woken up. He picked up. Hello? Say your name so I know you're Hojo, you asshole. It would be terrible if I got it wrong. I had made up my mind. I had all the initiative on my side. Here we go. This is the Shishibone Okinomiya police station. Am I speaking to the Hojo residents? I was changing my voice, but did he really think I sounded like an adult? Would he believe I was police? Oh, yes, this is Hojo. We currently have your daughter Satoko Hojo here with us. What? Satoko? What did that brat do? He fell for it. I could tell by how tense he was that he didn't doubt my words. I can't explain the particulars once you have arrived here. Would you mind coming to the station right away? Right now. I already took a bath myself, so I don't really want to go out like this though. What? You don't want to come because you already took a bath? Yes, right away. Right away? Geez, man, what the heck did Satoko do? I'll explain once you're here. I will be waiting. Thank you for your assistance. Ah, eh. 1 second. I don't know where the police station is. Where am I going? You moron. What the hell? The Okinomiya police station? I don't know where it is either. Aren't you from around here? Why don't you even know that? A greasy sweat came over my body. Eventually, just as I was about to choke, he spoke. Oh, next to the fire station, right? That's pretty far. Thank goodness. He remembered on his own for me. I didn't care where the police station was, so long as he left his house to get there. Then we will be waiting here. Oh, wait. Who am I asking for once I get there? What is your name? On top of that, he wanted to know my name. Just leave your goddamn house already. Mebashi. Excuse me. That was close. I almost thoughtlessly told him my real name. I managed to change the last syllable of it, but I put the receiver down like I was running away. My fingers were trembling and I was soaked with a tepid sweat. I wasn't just nervous about the phone call. With that call, everything had finally been put into motion. I left the school. It was locked before, but it was easy enough to open from the inside. But I couldn't lock it again after I left. In terms of being thorough, I wanted to lock it, but I couldn't waste time going back to the teacher's lounge and looking for the key. I needed to rush back as fast as I could and ambush him. I zoomed back to the scene on my bike. If Satoko's uncle got out of town before I got there, everything would be over. He would learn there was no one at the station named Mebashi, and things would get pretty messed up. As I returned at full speed, I passed a family wearing yukatas. They must have been on their way to the festival. Many people in Hinamizawa knew my face, though I did not know theirs. Even just passing by them like this made me uneasy. But I didn't generally come around here, so those living in the area might not have known much about me. That didn't matter right now. I needed to get back as fast as possible to control my breathing and to ambush the man. I hid my bike in the thicket and picked up Satoshi's bat, which I had just left hidden in the shade. And then I held my breath waiting to see someone. I wondered if he still hadn't gotten here, or maybe he went right after the phone call and passed by here already. I couldn't figure out which it was and was set upon by an indescribable impatience. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Even if he came here already, he would pass by here on the way back, right? The end result would be the same. It wouldn't change the fact that he would die. He had probably been coming on his motorcycle. How would I stop him then? I figured it would be best not to think too hard and just hit him as he passed, or beat him out of his seat. The path was made of pebbles. If I hit him as hard as I could and made him lose his balance, he wouldn't be able to help falling. And then the chorus of the Higurashi stopped. The sound of a bike approached from far away. I couldn't tell what sort of motorcycle it was from its sound, but I had seen it parked before, so I would know. It was getting rapidly closer. It was almost here. If he went just a little further, he would cross into that thicket and appear in front of me. It would take a moment to make sure it was him. Then when I would put my plan into action. The motorcycle appeared. A few easily identifiable characteristics told me it was Satoko's uncle's bike without a doubt. Was it really him? Was it really Satoko's uncle? I wasn't making a mistake, was I? I looked at its characteristics again. Its color, shape, and most of all, the man's clothes and face. Those last feelings of hesitation, I did away with them. Satoko, now, your Nini will end it, okay? Closer, closer, the bike came closer. Let's go. Satoshi. Yeah. Whoosh. I jumped out of the thicket. I used my shoulder to basically tackle the uncle on the bike with all my might. He gave a dumb shout as his bike completely lost its balance. Finally it fell, the bike scattering clouds of sand, and after spinning, it stopped. Her uncle, tossed to the ground, didn't understand what had just happened, and groaned for a few moments, crouched on the ground. My breathing started to become ragged. I could not have this emotion. Some weird secretion crossed through my brain and nearly made me hallucinate. Her uncle was groaning. Now was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What was I doing? All the sounds in the world cut off. My mental chaos from a moment ago withdrew like a lie, and I could feel the temperature in my head rapidly cooling down. The tension in my muscles all went away like the strings they had been attached to had been cut, and I let my hands dangle at my sides. It wasn't quite like exhaustion. Have you calmed down now? Keiichi Maebara? Do you need to remember again why things got to this point today? I stepped over the pebbled path, taking one step, another step, then another towards Satoko's uncle. The more I walked, the more my breathing calmed. The more I walked, the more I felt my body cooling, calming, chilling with frost. Yes, at this moment, this guy had lost permission to live. I had just rescinded it, so he must not stay in this world any longer. If he lived any longer, if Satoko's misfortune continued, it would be my responsibility for having allowed him to live. I could feel the cooling substance going through my whole body, even down to my capillaries. I just thought something really fucked up. I just thought about something really fucked up. Okay, hopefully I'm completely off base here. Hopefully I'm completely off base. But hasn't the entire series so far been that the main character has been the one killing them? The main character we're focusing on. The main character being, in the first chapter, it was the redhead. In the second, it was the Mion and Shion, kind of, maybe. Satoko's entire thing is traps, right? What if she really hasn't changed? What if the demon, this entire thing is a trap for her uncle? I mean, think about it, because she does everything as a trap, and then sets up last minute. She waits until the last moment to play her hand. What if she convinced Satoshi to kill the aunt, and then she made Satoshi disappear? I just thought about that, and that is really friggin' disturbing if it's true. But, I mean, because I'm sitting here trying to think, because if she isn't the one at the end, if she isn't, that would break with the first two chapters, right? That would break the entire idea of how the story has been going so far. If she really is, I just thought about that. That would be really fucked up. I could feel the cooling substance going through my whole body, even down to my capillaries. Her uncle at my feet now, still on the ground like an idiot. I smiled coldly at how ridiculous he looked. That hurt. That's all it took for it to hurt. Sadako's heart hurt much more, and now you are going to feel that, and with your life, I will make up for her pain. I erased all unnecessary information from my mind. I prioritized the murder of this man. Execute, execute, execute. Utterly calm, I delivered my first strike to the back of his head. I wanted to get at the most effective spot. At least during that first moment, I would have to attack him while he was at his most defenseless. And if he was hit in the head, he would cover his head. It was the defensive reaction all humans made, like machines. He used both hands to cover his head so he couldn't pick himself up off the heap he was on the ground. Like pounding a caterpillar in the dirt, I hit him over and over. If he covered his head, I would hit him in the side. If he covered his body, I would go for his head. If he rolled over, I would strike his feet, his knees, his elbows. I didn't care where anymore. By just delivering one blow after another, I induced panic in him. I retained my overwhelming advantage, but I hadn't done nearly enough to deliver a fatal wound. Her uncle skillfully pulled himself up off the ground and started to run like a fleeing rabbit. It wasn't a judgment he had made after seeing my face and deciding whether to fight me. Right now he was fleeing by instinct, is trying to escape the threat that had presented itself. A counterattack from the more physically capable uncle was what I was most concerned about. He may have run, but wasn't all that unlucky, and the odds were in my favor. The uncle didn't run away towards people, but off the path into the woods. How pleasant that he would run in a direction where nobody else was. He was fleeing into strange geography, like a rat that instinctively runs into tight spots over and over. He was no longer human. He was a rat. The blood vessels in my legs expanded and my total oxygen supply increased. I lowered myself to gain the most explosive velocity I could. Without breathing, I became a wind-like shadow and dashed. I crossed thickets, crushed dead tree branches underfoot, and drove through the woods like a bullet. He ran so cowardly, arms flailing as he went. After catching up to him, I didn't need so much as a blink of an eye to strike him again. My senses, mind, and body were all sharpened purely to kill this man. This was the first time I had felt like this. Well, this was the first experience I had ever had killing someone. It felt natural continuing to do this for the first time. And that meant I had this much talent for killing. Or perhaps the act of killing was so simple that anyone could do it. I didn't struggle or grow tired at all chasing the clumsy, fleeing uncle. No matter how much he ran, it was like trying to get away from his own shadow. He could not get away from me. I could easily aim at his back, his shoulder, and his head, even from this unnatural stance. Each time I struck him, he wailed in pain and begged pitifully for forgiveness, but it didn't disturb my mind. I was neither excited nor plagued by hesitation like before. I felt sharp. I felt like a carnivore. Of course, so did the uncle, who was trying to run away because he didn't want to die. He didn't want to be eaten, like a herbivore running with all its might, trying to get away. Despite all the attacks, despite all the hits, he kept on fleeing without even staggering. And despite the bad footing in the forest, he impressively never tripped over anything. But there was no need to admire that fact. It was simply proof that he was no more than an animal. If he was chased, he would run. If he was going to be killed, he would run. He bared his fangs at the weak, but couldn't oppose the strong whatsoever. He was lowly, vulgar, a diminutive animal. Such a puny creature had harmed Sadako. Scar after scar to her body and mind, deep wounds that might not ever go away as long as she lived. My cold and calm emotions suddenly turned into bestial ones. My personality changed into something specialized for murder, purely to devour the diminutive animal before me. The uncle gave a puny little shriek, covered his head, and ran. I'm impressed by how much you can run. Fine, run as much as you like. I will be your death. I will choose the moment at my leisure. Your legs will hurt, your lungs will feel about to burst, your head will hurt from lack of oxygen. If you feel the pain has become worse than death, then by all means stop at any time. Without turning back, suffocating on his terror of the approaching death, he just ran shamefully onward. He ran but was chased, his head bashed with a metal bat, sweat and drool flying everywhere, blood clinging to him. From his mouth came the sounds of coarse, irregular breathing and high-pitched screaming that verged on crying, and pleas for forgiveness to someone I didn't know who. Each and every second was a second of atonement that I granted him. Now, run, then fall and moan and die. Where did you even crawl out of anyway? You were never here before. If you were never here, you never should have showed up. If you never showed up, our lives would still be fun and enjoyable. We would have gone to today's festival, waited for each other, and gone to the shrine, laughing. We would have been playing amongst the stalls right about now. We would be browsing the strange food stalls you only saw at festivals, trying to get prizes from goldfish, scooping, ring throwing, or target practice. Mion would surely make it into a competition, and we as a club would have a grand time. And everyone would have been cheering for Rika-chan's dedication dance, and everyone would say how fun it was. It would give us energy for days to come. Fun, enjoyable, and funny. Warm time spent with friends. And that would have happened, but it didn't. And now it's all smashed to pieces. There was no doubt that would be what the world was like if you never showed up. You were the obstacle, the mistake, the heresy in that world. But I would correct that mistake now. I would erase you and make it so this last week never happened. Tonight was the Wata Nagashi festival, the holy night where taking just one life was permitted in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse. It looked like the Higurashi stopped crying at some point. When the Higurashi cried, everything would end. And the Higurashi silenced. Lowly one, the hour of atonement is at an end. The Higurashi have stopped their crying. Thus it is the end. The end, the end, the end. You don't have to run away anymore. Die with those dirty brains of yours smashed everywhere. Lightning and thunder struck like an explosion. It was so loud it shook the ground, and I smelled gunpowder. The response I got this time was clearly different from the one before. The metal bat crunched into the crown of his head. It was like the top of his head had caved in. The bat felt like it was biting him. It had been the final killing attack that visited him. When I didn't overlook the opening he left as his knees gave out under him, I remained alert for a few moments. Then thud, thud. I planted both knees in the ground and then fell forwards, burying my head in the ground. I had been holding back my ragged breathing, but now it all came out of me like a dam bursting. My head was dizzy and light and unable to maintain my balance. I leaned against a nearby tree. The uncle didn't try and guard his head any longer. After a disgusting sort of spasm, he stopped moving. Did I get him? Did I get him? For sure? I fought back my exhausted urge to fall over where I stood, and drew towards him carefully, but still at the ready. It was possible he was faking it and trying to wait it out. Should I check for a pulse? I realized right away, though, how unnecessary that would be. If I thought he might be faking it, then I would just have to keep pummeling him until I was satisfied. I fought back my ragged breathing again, and then I swung my bat far above and brought it down. His body leaped like a bow, but he did not try and cover his head. Then once again I aimed for his head and swung. His reaction was the same this time. After spending a few moments making his head into mochi, the hits gradually started to feel different and started to spray a filthy, dark, red liquid everywhere. That was enough. It was definite now. I had absolutely killed him. There was no sense of accomplishment, nor one of regret. I didn't feel anger towards Satoko's uncle, nor pity towards Satoko herself. Instead, right now, I was feeling like my heart had been stolen by the downpour. It had begun to rain at some point, and how comfortable it felt. The rainwater drenched my body and dripped down to the ground. The excitement within me faded as the rain washed away the grime. In exchange, my shoes were so wet they made splashing sounds. And despite abusing Satoshi's bat like that, it wasn't bent very much. There were a few dents in it, probably from hitting the man, but nothing that would make it seem different than before. Instead, it had been stained with black, with red, with mud and blood, but that itself would be evidence, the one piece of evidence needed to prove that my delusions hadn't just been daydreams, and that I had ended Satoko's uncle for all eternity. Alright, Keiji, calm your mind. The time for passion is over. Now's the time to be cold as ice. I needed to bury the body, but where was I? I had simply followed the man as far as he ran into the darkness. I couldn't take a guess as to how far we had run. It was already pitch black around us, and the only light I had to go on was the very faint lights on the road a little further down. It was so dark out, I hadn't noticed the darkness until just now. My vision was so good I could see the man's ugly hairline. I could have counted the pores in his head. It was only now that I realized how much crazy strength I had mustered at that moment. I went over to the streetlight. I looked up and down the road, desperately trying to figure out where I was. This was the one road connecting Hinamizawa to the town. We were unbelievably far away from Satoko's house. Had the two of us really run so far a distance? My surprise at that was accompanied by knowledge of the miraculous fact that despite running so far and making so much noise, we hadn't come across anybody at all. There was a long way between here and the ambush location where I had dug the hole. There was no way I could carry the body that far. Aside from that, the bike the man took here was still laying in the middle of that path. That would be an issue. The police could tell whose motorcycle it was by looking at its license plate, and they wouldn't just leave it at that. Thankfully, the corpse was in a dark forest. In terms of urgency, dealing with the bike would come first. And I wanted to get the shovel back from where I had left it next to the hole. I shouldn't drag the body there. I would have to deal with it right here. Fortunately, the ground was like mud from the downpour. It was more sludgy here than where I was before. I might be able to dig a grave quickly here. Of course, my bicycle was still over where I had left it too. It still wasn't over. Homicide had been only half of my goal. The other half would be just as important as the first. I would completely hide the body, not allowing a beginning to happen. I would erase the man like he had never existed, and regain the peaceful times we had before. I bent my head backwards, and calmed my mind even further. A big water drop had struck my brow mercilessly. They were actually quite comfortable, and for a while I let my desire have its way. After confirming that I was sharp again, I started running through the rain. The motorcycle was in the grass at the roadside. Considering how it looked, pelted with rain and covered in mud, it actually seemed like it had been lying there for a very long time. The plan was to drop the motorcycle into the swamp. The swamp was a bit of a walk from here. I lifted the bike up. I didn't think it would be so heavy. I was a little surprised, but once I had it upright, it was fairly easy to roll it along. Still, pushing this thing all the way to the swamp was really not something I wanted to do. I could no longer ignore my exhaustion, and it warned me numerous times of how far away the swamp was. This motorcycle, I wonder if I could ride it well enough. Once I got it going, it would be basically the same as a bicycle. Wouldn't it get me to the swamp quickly? My plan, suggested by my exhaustion, the anxiety at getting on a motorcycle for the first time, withdrew. I turned the key, and you just kick this pedal, right? Yeah, yeah, it's on. And then I gripped the handlebars, first the right, then the left. Maybe I twisted them too much. The bike lurched and did a wheelie like an angry horse. I lost it for a second. It was just a problem of how much torque to apply. Let's try that again. This time, slowly, gently. That time it went well. It was strange to be on a two-wheeled vehicle that would go even if I didn't pedal. Very odd, but I got used to it quickly. Mion once told me you could get a scooter license within a day, and she was clearly right. This was pretty easy. I needed to throw the metal bat into the swamp too, but I didn't know how I'd pack the bat onto the motorcycle. Without much other choice, I stuffed it into the back of my shirt, feeling like a ninja carrying a katana. If I put the tip down the seat of my pants and hunched over, it would not fall out. I got back on the bike and, this time, got going without any difficulty. I carefully pressed the button labeled light and a rather strong light came on, illuminating the way forward. I probably really shouldn't have turned it on, but I didn't have any way of seeing at this point, and had zero confidence I could ride through this darkness. As the rain came down on me, I maintained a precarious balance and inched my way towards the swamp. Along the way, I ran across a few people who seemed to be returning from the festival, but none of them had any interest in me. They were either all soaked through with the rain and hurrying on their ways home, or had their umbrellas low and their heads down. Yesterday, I might have been wary of even these passers-by, but right now it didn't seem to be much cause for concern. In fact, it would probably be less suspicious to be riding out in the open like this instead of sneaking around. More and more, though, I started to think of that idea as naive, brought on by my exhausted state. I climbed a steep hill. On a bike, the hill would have put me out of breath if I just had to accelerate a little bit to climb the entire thing. The motorcycles sure are convenient. For a moment, its lights illuminated the sign before I passed by it. Onika Fuji Swamp. Good children do not play around here. Still, it wasn't like the way to the swamp was cordoned off by a metal fence or anything. Parents and teachers would get mad at you if they found out you were playing at the swamp, but some of the bad kids in my class apparently snuck out here sometimes to see the giant crayfish in place. They had talked before about how they would go to the candy shop and buy some pickled squid, then just tie it to a fishing line and throw it, and all the crayfish would come running. Once I got up to the bank, there was a tiny ritual shrine and traditional ropes on one of the trees. And as it swallowed the downpour whole, the blackened swamp had waited for me. If I slammed on the accelerator from the cliff like stop I was on now, the thing would fly straight into the middle of the swamp. I had to be careful not to fall in with it. If I drowned and disappeared, what a stupid ghost story that would be. On the night of Nagashi, Satoko's uncle's corpse was found in a thicket by the road leading to town, and Keiichi Maebara went missing. People would whisper that I had been demoned away. The 5th year's curse would be a half-baked one. I got off the bike and twisted the accelerator as hard as I could. I let go just when it seemed like it would drag me forward. The bike shot off the cliff and was swallowed down into the swamp, leaving a far fainter splash than I had imagined. Its surface was being pummeled by the downpour, and the muddy, filthy water was flowing into it. I couldn't even make out the motorbike I had just thrown in there. It was pretty heavy after all. It would be quickly engulfed by the soft mud at the bottom of the swamp, and it would be pulled deeper and deeper until it reached hell itself. I felt no reluctance whatsoever in throwing the man's motorbike down to the land of the demons, but I did have a tinge of regret when I did with Satoshi's bat. The muddy water washed off the gore sticking to it, and it sunk easily. I had sort of shared today's events with Satoshi, so I wanted to give it a quiet place to stay. That's how I felt. I started to feel more like returning it to the locker from before, so it could continue to keep watch over Satoko. Satoshi, I probably, well, misunderstood you. Satoshi listened quietly without nodding. I am absolutely convinced now. You were the one who beat your aunt to death last year and saved Satoko. I always scorned you and called you a coward who ran away, but I was wrong. To the rest of the world, some deviant was behind that incident, but I know that was something you did for her, and then you disappeared. You finally got back that peace and lost it within days. So I swear to you that I will live the life to the fullest from now on. Live it enough for the both of us. I will live on as though this week, this day, never happened. But I will never forget this short time we shared together for as long as I live. I didn't know what expression Satoshi made as he listened, but as someone who had protected the same girl, I felt he had smiled and given me his blessing. And then my hand moved of its own accord, and the bat I had hesitated to throw away left my hands and flew through the air. It traveled its parabolic path, spinning all the while, and the swamp absorbed it without a sound. There weren't even any ripples when it hit the surface. That surface was tempestuous because of the downpour, and the bat was long gone. For a moment I regretted having thrown it, but I realized that might have been what Satoshi had wanted. You're right. I still can't let myself give in to emotion just yet. I would return from my shovel, get on my bike, dig a hole to hide the body, and bury it. It seemed like a simple sequence of events, but I felt extremely exhausted, and I had to do it all tonight. Satoshi left me with only the advice I needed to finish this up soon, then fell silent for eternity, and disappeared at the bottom of the endless abyss. I returned to the path I had ambushed her uncle on. My bike was hidden, sleeping in the brush. I stood it back up. My whole body felt heavy, but I needed to finish by the end of the day, even if I had to whip myself to do it. I forgot something. I didn't just come here for my bike. The shovel was here too. Not good. I was zoning out. Every once in a while, if I let my guard down, my vision would go almost black. Pull yourself together, Cage, Himebara. It's still not over. I went into the grove of trees and looked for the hole in which I had hidden the shovel. Unfortunately, I had hidden it deep in the forest, not wanting it to be seen, and now everything was black in the night, and I couldn't see anything anymore. I reawakened my fading consciousness and realized just how big this annoyance really was. You can't be serious. The sweat the rain washed away before came back up to my skin. Deep, deep in the forest where the streetlights could never reach. The fact that it would be so pitch black had been completely uncalculated. With this much darkness, even if I had been able to kill him right away like I had planned, I didn't know if I could still have buried him without a problem. What should I do? I simply could not find the shovel tonight. If I forced myself to go deep into the forest, I would lose even my sense of direction and might actually get lost in there. That might have been an exaggeration, but it was fully possible I would trip over a tree root and sprain a muscle. My house's storage room. There was another shovel there, the same fold-up kind. Couldn't I go back to the house, get the shovel, and give up on finding the shovel tonight? It's not as though the name Maybar is written on the shovel, but it seemed like an unusual item from an import variety store, made in another country, so I didn't want to leave that shovel here. But in this darkness I couldn't do anything. I should give up and go back to the storage room. And there was an electric lantern in there. If I used that for light, I could look for it. but it was so extremely dark. Could I light the way with just the lantern? The light of a lantern in this dark night. I couldn't discard the possibility of it drawing eyes, and I doubted if I could find the shovel with the lantern's feeble light. Besides, I had left the body there for a pretty long time already. My sense of fear, dulled through excessive exhaustion, finally reared its ugly head. Anyway, for now. For now, the most important thing was to hide the body. A shovel being found wouldn't be a big deal, but a corpse? If they found that, I would share the same fate as Satoshi. First, I would go back to the storage room at home. Then I would get the lantern. Now that it has gotten this dark, I might still need light to dig a hole for the body too. And I would get the other shovel. And then I would deal with the body first thing. Once that was done, I would come back here, find the shovel, and bring it back. I had to do at least that much, but I was so tired. But complaining was getting me nowhere. If I started getting complacent now, everything will have been for naught. At some point I sat down. I gritted my teeth and endured lifting my heavy hips. The night was young. Of all the nights I had experienced, none had ever been this long. When would it all end? The night was young. The lights at home were dazzlingly bright. Suddenly they reminded me of how hungry I was. I checked the clock and saw that it was almost 7. I had thought for sure it was 2 or 3 in the morning already. I was surprised at how messed up my biological clock had gotten just from this one night. There was a warm light coming from the curtains in the living room window. The worlds between here and what was beyond those curtains were so different. If only that man hadn't shown up, I would have been in that light. I would still be excited from the festival, and I would be talking to my parents about how much fun I had with all of my breath. And then, even though they made a hot meal for me, I would have eaten way too much at the stalls, barely eaten any of it, and gone back to my room. No doubt I would crawl into my futon and easily let myself fall asleep. But right now, I was completely different. There wasn't a single ember of warmth from those weak street lights. Right now, I was unconnected to any time spent with my family, and there was neither warm food, nor the time to allow myself to sleep. My body exposed to the cold rain, I knew that I simply had to spur myself on to accomplish what I must. I realized how timid, how cowardly I was becoming. For what reason did I need to kill someone, even if it felt this terrible? I had lost sight of my purpose. I selected the fastest, most fundamental way of saving Satoko, and executed it without hesitation. That man was dead. He was gone. He would never, ever hurt Satoko again. We all thought frantically for days on end about Satoko's problem, and finally, with no options, we gave up, and I had solved it in one night. By myself, without anyone's help. Right about now, Satoko would be making dinner for her uncle, despite not knowing when he would return, and she might be spending the night trembling in fear of whether he would yell at her for how it tasted. But her uncle would not come home. She wouldn't have to fear his wrath, nor let him make her feel sad. I see. I did it. I successfully saved Satoko. All I had been thinking about for a long time was killing that man, and I had forgotten the feeling that it was actually all to save her. I did. I did something good. That's right. I did something good, didn't I? I felt hot tears coming from my eyes. And that's when I first realized that the exhaustion I had been feeling was actually guilt. The blade of guilt, for a while now, had just been scraping away with its tip, hurting my heart. It hurt so bad I couldn't stand it. It was throbbing painfully. It hurt so much, it was so painful that I cried. I cried tears of joy at saving Satoko. I didn't know why, really, anymore. I just cried. My tears fell and fell as I stood there for a while, coming to terms with those warm tears. My heart was comforted a little. All right, Keiji Maebara, that's enough. There's nothing to regret or feel ashamed about. Both my body and mind were thoroughly exhausted, and that was a fact. It was only natural I couldn't feel anything. Even tomorrow and the day after that, I might not be able to feel anything for a while. But there was one thing that was true. There was the undisputable fact that I had saved Satoko. One day we would surely be rewarded. One day I would be proud of how distressing an enterprise I had undertaken to get Satoko's smile back. And so that I could wait for that day, I had to put the finishing touches on this night. If I left it undone, everything I had accomplished today would be for naught. I looked back up at the sky, which did not look like it would stop raining anytime soon. Then I rubbed my eyes and summoned forth energy from my core again. How long did I plan on spacing out? This wasn't the time for daydreaming. Someone could find that corpse this very moment. That pessimistic thought was proof the very natural emotion of fear had returned to me. As I allowed the fear to spur me onwards, I went to look for the other shovel and the lantern inside the storage room. It was fortunate. I remembered what it looked like around the streetlight the body was near. With how dark it was quite possible I wouldn't have been able to look for it either. I didn't realize that when I left the place, so the idea of memorizing the spot hadn't even crossed my mind. And that's why I had to call it fortunate that I managed to get the body back like this. The corpse was now located in a big muddy puddle. Half the thing had already sunk into the swamp-like pool of water. I only realized afterward, but there was an unused irrigation channel right nearby, clogged with fallen leaves and dirt, and there was rainwater flowing in from there. My shoes had been washed with water for a long time now, so without any hesitation I stepped into the puddle. The whole muddy stream started flowing back, luckily. I couldn't leave any slight traces, like bloodstains. The rain was like a blessing from heaven. I checked around me, paying very close attention, then turned off the lantern. It became pitch black, but my eyes got used to the darkness in a few moments, and once I managed to reach the street light on the other side, I was able to make out even faint lights. I stuck the shovel into the puddle right next to the corpse. The ground was even looser here than I had thought, and the shovel's tips easily slid inside it. I had to hurry and dig. If I took too much time, I might lose my energy and strength again. It almost felt like digging a hole in the sand at the beach. It was easy to dig, but no matter what, the muddy water kept flowing in, covering the hole. The digging wasn't going as well as I had hoped. I dug, and the water would go in, so I couldn't get a sense of how deep it was. The only way for me to measure it was to bury my own foot in the mud. I'm digging just fine. It's alright. Don't be disheartened. Dig, dig, dig. Occasionally a car would come by on the road, and I would hurry to hide myself in the trees. Everyone was only passing through. They wouldn't have their eyes peeled in this kind of darkness. I understood it logically, but I still could not help but hide. What I was really scared of wasn't quite that one of those cars would coincidentally happen to witness me here. It was that the distance I could spot cars from was getting gradually shorter. At first I noticed the splashing sound from really far away as cars drove through them. I started noticing them less and less, and with the car that just passed by me, I didn't notice it until its headlights were upon me. I felt my senses growing duller by the second. If someone, or to take a peek in secret as I was burying the body at the worst possible time. Maybe I wouldn't even notice. The moment I thought that, I took a good look all around me. I roused up all my half-asleep senses and searched for signs of presence nearby. What if I found out someone was spying on me from the trees? A carnivorous feeling snarled at me, glaring. If there was, then I would dig another hole. I had come this far already. In order to achieve perfection, I didn't care how much more I had to pay. I didn't know what kind of face I was making at the time, but it was definitely a fervently glaring one. My five senses reached the conclusion that nobody was present. I didn't breathe a sigh of relief. How long had I been digging this mud out of here? It was deep enough for it to go up to my knees. Maybe this was enough. Maybe I would throw the corpse in as a test. I swallowed, getting my breathing under control. Despite how much I had beaten him, I was afraid of touching the corpse. So instead, I dragged it by the feet to the hole. It took more than just a waggle and a tug to do it, but of course it did. Considering this man's weight was easily 80 kilos, I rallied all my strength and dragged him. At this point, my groundless fears that he might suddenly start moving again had vanished long ago. His body fit perfectly into the muddy hole. It was more than deep enough. Let's bury him. Quickly, quickly, quickly. If I did a perfect job of burying it here, everything would be over. I would hide it in the hole and none of this would have ever happened. When I realized I only had a little further to go to finish everything, I was racked with pointless anxiety, like I was in a race against time. It was like I was absorbed in a delusion that if I didn't bury the body quickly, it might come back to life. In any case, in a great rush, I poured mud and dirt into the hole. If I didn't work efficiently, someone might find me here. Until now, I figured if someone saw, I would just kill them, but not anymore. I was arrested with such absolute fear that if someone saw me, it would all be over. As I finished the work off, it was a total mess. I drew the surface of the shovel across the ground, trying to make it flat. I was completely covered in mud at that point. The rain washed the mud off my body, but not off my now blackened clothing. My body and mind were caked with panic, with fear, with rain and sweat and mud. My shoulders heaving, I threw down the shovel and sat down in the mud. I was so exhausted that I wanted to lie down right here and sleep. It was over. This time, for real. It was over. The man was now in the bottom of the wet dirt. Right this moment, there were traces that this place had been dug up, but the rain and flowing muddy water would completely cover it all within moments. It was over. I did it. I did it. I did it. You motherfucker. And then I fell over backwards, face up in the mud. Raindrops pelted my face without mercy, but I did not care. After staying there for a while, resting my mind, I got up again. It was over, so let's go home. You already buried the whole thing, so now it's like it's never happened. It never happened, so there's no reason for me to stay out here and get rained on. I wobbled to my feet. I wouldn't use the shovel anymore. I considered disassembling it, but I didn't have the strength for my absolute exhaustion. I didn't really need to take it apart anyway. Dragging the shovel behind me, I head towards the light. I stood up my bike. It had been laying in the grass by the road. I didn't know how I was going to get the still assembled shovel into the front basket. I put the shovel down the back of my shirt like I had done with the baseball bat. Unlike the bat, the corner of it was on my back, making it very painful. Plus, if I relaxed my posture even a little, it would fall out behind me. I ended up having to carry the shovel in my left hand and ride my bike using only my right hand. Not only was I in a state of total exhaustion, this was a downpour. one hand on the handlebars. I was swaying to and fro like a drunk, but I did not care. Even swaying like this, I got a little closer to home every time I pedaled. I saw two lights swaying slowly in front of me. A car was approaching. I needed to get out of the way. From far away in the shadows of the darkness, a car appeared. Its dazzling lights washed over me. The driver made a short honk of the horn to inform me I was in the middle of the road. I have to get out of the way. I kept telling myself that, but not only was I riding one-handed, I was exhausted, so I couldn't do anything. I meandered about, not going to the right or to the left. The driver decided to swerve out of the way right in front of me, and without lowering speed much, steadily came towards me. Its outline grew larger in my vision, and telling myself again that I really needed to get out of the way, I jerked the handlebars in one direction, then lost my balance and fell over, bike and all. My whole body splayed out, and one foot got caught in the bike. This was seriously bad. My drowsiness quickly vanished, and just as a cold sweat broke out on my skin, the driver recklessly spun the wheel to the left, made a counterclockwise U-turn, and came right up to me and stopped. The driver's seat opened, and the driver came out. "You idiot! What are you doing here?" I was pretty sure someone would yell at me like that. Oh my, look who it is. It was a woman's voice, and one I knew. I lifted my face off the ground and looked at her. To Takano-san. Good evening. The moon is very pretty tonight. May borrow a gun. It was raining far too hard to see the moon. Takano-san unfolded an umbrella and smiled as she spoke. That smile was for some reason uncanny, like she had seen right through me. Out of all the people I could have met, I got the one sudden feeling that this was the one I wanted to see the least. What are you doing out so late? And you're soaked and covered in mud, and no umbrella either. What is that? A shovel? She had come here via car. She wouldn't have known what I was just doing. And yet, she smiled, as though she knew everything. Calm down, Kate, Maybara. She always makes that mysterious-looking smile, remember? Don't let her on to anything, lest you dig your own grave. The rumors say you were playing baseball with a golf club. Is that what the shovel's for, too? You're using it as an umbrella? I should tell a good lie here. If I could just do that, things would work out. When I went with Rena to go digging for treasure at the dam, we forgot this there. And you want to get in this downpour? When I left my house, I didn't think it would rain, so... Oh, it's been raining for a while, though. You've been out for quite some time, haven't you? Well, yes, I was kind of wandering around. Even so, you came from that direction, didn't you? The dam's in the opposite direction, you know? Takano-san was clearly aware that something exceedingly abnormal was happening with me, and as she played her little word games, she was driving me into a corner. Maybe she had a vague guess just from the situation of what I had been doing. My timing really sucked. To run into her, of all people, of all the times. At the very end, I could only be frustrated at my terrible luck. I had done so much, and the end was literally right around the corner. So why at the very, very end did I run into her, of all people? What did you do, Keiichi Maebara? You're still holding something that could be a dangerous weapon. Will you silence Takano-san? Even if it would be simple to kill Takano-san, dealing with the car she had come in afterward would be an issue. I couldn't drive a car. It was completely different from a motorbike. But even if the car was here, as long as there was no proof I killed her. Yes, and tonight's downpour, without any prior planning, all by coincidence. A hit and run. As long as I didn't drop any handkerchiefs with my initials on them, they would never know I killed her. A black flame quietly smoldered and raged in the core of my body. That's a scary look. Did I tease you too much? Takano-san started to laugh by herself, then thankfully stopped talking about it. But the dark clouds in my mind didn't go away. Leaving that aside, how long are you planning on crawling on the ground with your bike like that? Would you mind moving out of the way? If I moved, she would leave. So I tried to get the bicycle up and out of the way, but then twisted my ankle in it and fell over. There was a sharp pain in the ankle I had twisted. This is nonsense. A sprained ankle? Now? Oh my. Are you alright? Did you twist your ankle? Takano-san squats down and takes a good look at the ankle and keep rubbing. She compares it to my facial expression, apparently trying to gauge how bad the wound was. Can you stand? I didn't expect to, but I couldn't even stand up. It was all I could do, just shamelessly wiggle on the ground like a caterpillar. Takano-san looked at her watch, then at her car, and after thinking for a moment, opened the passenger's seat door, and then gave me her shoulder to stand up with. I'll take you home. I do feel bad since it's almost like I hit you. I'm sorry. I wouldn't just leave you there. It's a good thing I'm a nice person. Nobody good has ever called themselves a nice person. But that would have been a terrible thing to say to someone holding me up like this. I took Takano's hands and sat down in the passenger seat. Takano-san went around the back and looked at my bike on the ground. I don't suppose we could take the bicycle home tomorrow. I could clearly tell from her face that she thought it would be a pain, since it would be heavy and it would get her car dirty. But my bike has the name Maybara written on it. I couldn't leave it out here like this. Well, can you somehow put it in the car? I sort of need it. The trunk is already full. If I put it in the back seat, it'll get the seats dirty with mud. Well, given how you're already in here, it's already dirty, I suppose. I turn back to the back seat and see someone's folding bicycle there already. It still looked big enough to fit my bike in there as well. My expression reflected my thoughts, and the exact same thought seemed to get through to her. Alright. I'll put it in here for you. I'll be really nice, but just for tonight, okay? Takano-san continued with her mean jokes, but she hoisted my bike and loaded it into the back seat for me. The mean jokes were one thing, but couldn't she do something about that eerie smile of hers? And even more importantly than the bike, I didn't want to leave the shovel here. The shovel could be directly connected to the buried body and to me. Sorry to ask another favor, but could you get my shovel too? Takano-san gave me a clearly dubious expression. Your shovel. That's fine with me. Is it important? The more I talk, the worse it gets for me. That's how I felt, so I didn't force myself to answer her. Eventually outlasted by my silence, Takano-san gave a short shrug and sighed. Alright, I understand. You need your shovel, right? You don't need to make such a mean face. Takano-san brought over the shovel that was lying in the middle of the road. I clutched it like I had never let go of it again. Takano-san watched me with a puzzled look. Okay, let's be off. Maybara-kun, you live at the Maybara mansion, don't you? Why does everyone call my house the Maybara mansion? Because it's actually a mansion. It must be nice to be rich. As she spoke, Takano-san pulled the handbrake and stepped on the gas. After making a skillful U-turn using the shoulder of the rope, she steadily increased in speed. From the rearview mirror, the accursed place seemed to melt into the darkness. Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. What was that? Takano-san suddenly tried to say something to me, but thoughtlessly I didn't catch it. Looking ahead, Takano-san said the same thing one more time. The body. How well was it buried? I thought my heart might beat out of my chest, but I didn't let it show. But my lungs were squeezed tight and I couldn't breathe. What are you talking about? When burying bodies in mountains like these, you have to bury it fairly deep because wild dogs will often smell the corpse and dig it out. Some human bone a wild dog brings back in its mouth leads to an instant being uncovered. The police head out to a stretch of mountains. It actually happens pretty often, you know. Huge rusted bells started clanging in my head. Had I buried it so deep that I could say it absolutely wouldn't be found? The answer was no. I was in such a rush to bury him and get it over with that I couldn't deny having possibly buried it too close to the surface. That's not. Anyway, this woman, how does she know? She had just passed by here in her car by coincidence, and we ran into each other by coincidence. If she had been watching the entire thing from the trees, and once I left she came back in her car, it didn't make logical sense. So then why? Keiichi Maebara, that's it. You need to kill her. My entire body reawakened and I could feel my pupils dilate. I couldn't possibly beat her to death with a shovel in such a small car. Then I would use my hands and strangle her. But she was driving right now. If I strangled her, we might get into an accident. Then suddenly Takano-san turned and looked at me. What? No ready retort? For a moment I was surprised. What was she talking about? It would seem we're not a very good match, Takano-san said, disappointed, returning her gaze ahead. I repeated the words she had said a few times in my head, and finally realized she had meant it as an off-color joke. I didn't know whether it was really a joke, but I wouldn't be able to fool her, no matter how many lies I told. Right now, with her driving the car like this, I couldn't kill her. I would have an even harder time doing it when we got back to my house. That moment we met, that had been my best chance. And to have missed it so easily, it hurt. After that, Takano-san didn't say a single word. The car was completely buried in almost suffocating silence. What kind of woman had I run into? With everything that had happened today, I managed to pull it off, and at the very end of it all, I just had to go home and go back to sleep. What bad luck. As my sleepiness gradually overtook me, the anxiety I felt steadily started to matter less and less. Is this alright, Keiichi Maebara? You probably should not leave this woman alive. Right now, I am tired. She stepped on the brakes and I jerked against my seatbelt. That woke me up. I thought I must have fallen asleep by accident. I looked out the window and there was a big building with faint lights on. It was really dark out, but I knew immediately it was my house. I'll go get your folks for you. Would you mind the place for a few moments while I'm gone? Don't make fun of me, please. Besides, look, I'm fine now. I can walk by myself. Oh my, you were in such pain before that you had to get me to carry you. Did you just want a pretty lady to be nice to you? As Takano-san spoke, she left the car and opened up her umbrella. The sound of falling raindrops was fierce, as always. I carefully reached down and rubbed the ankle I had twisted. There was still some pain and a little weirdness, but they weren't that bad anymore. Rather than being happy about how light the wound was, I first regretted this whole thing. If I hadn't twisted my ankle, I could have still taken the option of killing Takano-san right then and there. There probably wasn't much doubt that Takano-san was convinced I was involved in some sort of crime. If she knew about everything happening with Satoko, and she might have even guessed I had killed somebody. Takano-san opened the passenger side door for me. You're sure you don't need my shoulders? I wouldn't mind doing it for you again. I ignored her and answered by getting out of the car by myself. The rain was still pretty intense. I got my bicycle out of the back seat. I was a bit curious who the other bike belonged to, but that didn't matter right now. I let Takano-san hold the umbrella over me, then pushed my bicycle up to the front door. Thank you very much. I'll be fine now. My ankle hurt so much earlier, and it still did, but aggravated me that it hadn't even been that bad. It was really, seriously, terrible luck. Alright, I will be leaving then. Keep it a secret that we had a nice evening drive together by ourselves, okay? Especially from Jiro-san. Jiro-san? Oh, she meant Tomitake-san. I suppose she calls him by his first name. His full name must be Jiro Tomitake then. And then the other bike, the folding one in the back seat that I didn't care about at first, suddenly came to mind. Excuse me, you're from Hinamizawa, right? On the day before yesterday, as I walked near the dam, half asleep, Tomitake-san had talked to me. And the bicycle he had been riding, it was that bicycle in the back. Belongs to Tomitake-san, doesn't it? Takano-san's eyes, I think they sharpened for a moment. And why do you think that? I saw it when I met him before. The frame stood out to me. But wouldn't that be odd? Do you think it's possible for this to be Jiro-san's bike? Odd. Takano-san, her hair elegantly fluttering, peers into my eyes. Well, there are no bed and breakfasts in Hinamizawa, are there? Jiro-san would need to be staying in town. Is that so? Well, I guess that's right. You can't really walk from town to Hinamizawa, can you? And there are no buses either. You at least need a bicycle. She didn't need to tell me that. That's why Jiro-san was riding a bike. For Jiro-san's bicycle to be stowed in my car, and him not in there. That would be strange, wouldn't it? It would mean Jiro-san was in Hinamizawa, without a bike. I would have to have left Jiro-san somewhere and put his bike in the car, wouldn't I? It wouldn't make sense. As she spoke, Takano-san made eyes like a hawk. Unfortunately, I didn't really understand what was so odd. Well, clearly she also killed somebody tonight. So, just let it go, bro. Let it go. What about that is odd? Aren't you and Tomitake-san friends? I don't really think it would be strange for there to be some reason you had his bicycle in your car. But would be. What I mean is, Jiro-san and his bicycle being in different places in Hinamizawa wouldn't make sense. And for those reasons, it means this bicycle can't be his. Do you understand now? Takano-san's roundabout way of talking was hard to comprehend. But that eeriness I could feel, that vague dreadfulness, I didn't like it at all. But the most wild, instinctive part of me warned me not to pry. That's my bicycle. Jiro-san picked it out for me, though, so I can't deny that looks alike. I see now. I thought it looked similar. You and I never saw each other tonight. And now she was talking about something completely different. What are you talking about? You and I never saw each other tonight. And this works out for you too, buddy. You never saw her. It's all good. Just, I know you're tired, but get your head in the game already, fool. I stayed there not knowing what to say, and Takano-san repeated her eerie, succinct phrase to me again. You and I never met this night. You and I never saw each other tonight. Something cold and unpleasant crawled up my spine. I knew, because I had killed a person with my own hands before I came to the conclusion that I only had one chance to beat this woman to death to keep her quiet, and I could not hesitate, so I could tell that she had arrived at the very same conclusion. My instincts warned me again. I wish I had never met this woman. My faint scent, the faint scent like a rotten smell drifting from this woman was no doubt the exact same sense that I was giving off right now. Very peculiar aspiration, the lack of uncertainty in taking a human's life for a purpose, one that only those who had risen above everything had. Actually, maybe I should have called it a nausea. It meant, and I didn't know how to explain this very well, but Takano-san was the same as me. Yep, you figured it out, dude, so just leave it alone and GTFO. In other words, someone who shouldn't have been here. Someone I couldn't have let anybody know was here. Someone who nobody would have wanted to see. And now that we would calmly pretend as though we never met. Yes, which meant that, just like I wanted to have nothing else to do with her, she didn't want anything to do with me either. And she too wanted to make it so that we had never met. Both of us wished for the same thing. Our desires were the same, which meant Takano-san's suggestion was extremely practical, and that I could not outright refuse. If that's fine with you, then sure, whatever. You and I did not meet this night. You're right. That would be best for you too, wouldn't it? Why do you think that? Are you seriously asking me that? You can't figure that one out on your own, boy? She cut me off with the condescending word boy, right in front of my house, in a place most unsuited to killing, and yet there was a frozen thirst for blood coming from both of us. I would be killed right here and now. Yeah, I should have definitely beaten her as we passed each other. A damp, greasy sweat broke out on my body. That's fine. If you want me, then you can come any time. And then I made up my mind. She shook her hair elegantly and turned on her heel. Good. I am a kind person after all. What was good? How? Because she was a kind person? Was that it? I didn't get it. Takano-san got into her car. We didn't exchange any words of flirting. I had performed a massive feat, the killing of Satoko's uncle, and yet I didn't feel any accomplishment. On the holy night of Higurashi-sama's curse, on which the taking of brother's life was allowed, on the terribly rainy night when the demons wandered as agents of Higurashi-sama's will. The demons were never supposed to meet, but suddenly they did. The demons parted ways triumphantly. There was no reason for them to fight. Both their objectives had already been accomplished. With the rain hitting me like a waterfall, my eyes met with Takano-san's through the car window. The female demon, her mouth twisted into a distorted, earless smile. It was too late to kill her. Far too late. That first moment, the very first moment we saw each other, had been my best chance. And now that we had parted like this, I was acutely aware of it. I should not have let her live. She beeped her horn quickly, then her car drove away into the deluge. The one woman who knew what really happened tonight disappeared into the dark. As long as she was alive, This night would never really end. Just get into an accident, I thought to myself, in this downpour, slip on some mud or something, and fly face first into a tree and die. That wasn't a delusion, a wild flight of fancy. It was an earnest wish. It was a command. Die. Die. And keep your mouth shut for eternity, because I have no doubt you're wishing for me to die all the same. My curse upon her faded emptily as Takano-san's taillight disappeared into the utter darkness. Her car's lights were completely out of sight now. Even the sound of the engine faded into the sound of the heavy rain and was inaudible now. I, too, turned on my heel to draw the curtains on this same night, to open my front door and end it all. I began walking towards the front door. I was covered in mud and I made squishing sounds with every step I took. Don't worry, Keiichi Maebara. She'll die. Her end will be as miserable as she is. I'll throw her into some flames alive and let her dance until she's burned to a crisp. I'll burn her to ashes in the fires of hell itself until she's roasted as much as she deserves. I wish, I really do. Just now, I hadn't taken a step, and yet a footstep. Without emotion, I turned around. There was a footprint that wasn't my own. It was obvious someone else was behind me. Was somebody else there? I was sick of this. Whoever it was, I was sick of everything tonight. This time I would kill them. I would kill them without a second thought. I wouldn't hesitate to turn around and dig another hole. But fortunately, there was nobody there. I wasn't going to have to kill any more people tonight. This night, I couldn't handle any more of it. Even if I heard an extra footstep each time I stopped, I put it down to me just being tired. And that's got taking extra steps. Brush by a close encounter. Don't think we have much more left. It's 4 more chapters, looks like. 4 more sections. I'm gonna go get some more to drink and use facilities, BRB. Okay, tip time. Fire from hell. Hello? Do you need the hospital or the fire department? The fire department. Is there a fire or some other accident? Please speak slowly and calmly. I think it's a fire. This is the rest area on the highway. I can see a ton of fire and smoke coming up from the mountain. She's getting burned alive. So this is still I'm trying to remember, did this happen in the first one? I feel like she just disappeared in the first one. Didn't she? I could have swore she disappeared, but I guess because there are a few consistent threads here. Takano and, I can't think of his name. Her boyfriend. They both almost always end up dying. But some of the other stuff is different, like who's supposedly behind it. And, apparently, I guess even like the last one, who specifically dies like extra-wise. This is really confusing. But I guess she still gets burned alive here. Nobody goes back there, so I don't know why anything got lit on fire. I figured I should let you know. It could turn into a forest fire. I understand. I need to know exactly where you are, so please tell me your name, a phone number we can use to get in touch with you, and the exact location of the fire. Notice from Fire Department headquarters. We have a report of a suspicious fire on the western slopes of the mountain. Given its distance from the road, it could be a couple's bonfire or someone unlawfully burning trash. The location is deep in the woods. No homes in the area, but the fire could spread. Immediately go to the site to verify. Is this the fire station? This is District Fire Department branch. We arrived moments ago at the reported area. Fire confirmed to be a burning oil drum left in the mountains. The fire is calming and there is no chance it will spread. And, well, in the oil drum, I think it might be a person. Like a person burned with kerosene or something. Well, I think maybe we should get the police over here. There's no mistaking it. This is a person. So she still burns alive, but who burns her alive? Kind of interesting that she had his bike. I mean, is that a continuity thing that supposedly happens in the first two chapters, and we just were not aware of it because Maybara took different actions this time? I don't know. This year's curse, then. That's what it looks like. He kills them different every year, but this is particularly conspicuous, isn't it? Clawing out your own throat. That is normal. And she would have the chemicals in order to make him do that, so that could explain that too. Let's leave the rest to the old man in forensics. I'm sure he'll find some suspicious drugs. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Oishi-san, Komiyama-san, and the others have arrived. Oishi-san, much appreciated. Well, it seems we have a pretty crazy one this year. Yes, we have been outsmarted. I was absolutely under the impression Teppei Hojo he did, at least in this story. You just haven't found his corpse yet. Who is the deceased? Jiro Tomitake, a photographer with a hobby for coming to Hinamizawa a few times a year. We didn't even have him marked. I wonder what happened. Did they realize we were watching the Hojo residence the whole time and decide to switch their target? Where were you watching the Hojo residence from, and did you see? I mean, obviously they couldn't have seen it, right? Hmm, maybe. We sure flubbed this one. And there are no problems with Teppei Hojo? Correct. His daughter left for the festival in the evening, and a little while later he left on his motorbike. His daughter came back first. Wait, Has he not? No, he hasn't, and he's not going to come back. Is he still out drinking somewhere? Oishi-san, are you there? Call from Chief Takasugi. He's on the line in car 1. Yeah, no, he's not coming back. Nope. At first I thought it was a dream. I was staring at this strange sheet, not really understanding what it was. That was all. I didn't go after it, nor did I ridicule it. The fact was that the boring view was the ceiling of my own room, but I didn't realize that for a very long time. Yes, I thought I had been dreaming, but I had actually been staring at the ceiling the whole time. Lethargy induced by the voices of the cicadas. Even after I realized I was awake, I couldn't draw forth the energy to sit up. Everything I could see, everything I could hear, everything was like a television broadcast that had already ended. It was hot, so hot I could choke on the heat. My back was moist with night sweats and felt gross. Unable to endure it any longer, I tossed in my futon, and finally blood started coursing through my brain. I lazily recalled the long day I had yesterday. The reality as I lay here listening to the voices of the cicadas, and yesterday so different from it. In order to kill Satoko's uncle, I had rehearsed, formulated a plan, and dug a hole. It was very hot, and I was tired, wasn't I? And when evening came, I went to school and called him out on the phone. I panicked for a moment when he asked where the police station was, but it worked out, and then I awaited him and swooped down. I couldn't remember any more what sort of emotions I had let control my body. In any case, it did not go smoothly, but I did it. It was very hard to dig the hole for the body. I feel the rain pelting down on me. I don't think I'll ever forget it. The rain, the mud, the sprays of blood, the sensation of floundering in a swamp. When I met Takano-san on the way home, that was not good, no matter how I interpreted it. Well, she's dead now, so you don't gotta worry about that either. Who killed her, we have no idea, but she's dead now. It was the most misfortunate and uncalculated thing that had happened that night. If everything would have been perfect, if only I had not encountered her. I was just riding my bike with my shovel in one hand through the downpour, utterly soaked. There was no way someone could surmise I was a murderer burying a body just from that information. Now that I was thinking calmly, napping under the morning sun, that's what I thought. Still, the more I think about Takano-san's eyes, it seemed like she understood. Takano-san, she knew that I had killed someone, buried them, and that I had been on my way home, exhausted. Takano-san wouldn't gain anything from selling me out to the police, but that didn't mean I could feel at ease. I should have killed her. I had crossed such a bridge to get my tranquil life back, and I had finally achieved it as a result. But for now, for the rest of my life, for all the tranquil days starting today, I would have to live in fear of when they could suddenly end. I may have twisted my ankle, dulled from total exhaustion. The fact that I couldn't make the snap judgment I needed to, I regretted it more and more as time went on. You didn't have a choice, Keiichi Maebara. You didn't have any choice at the time. You were tired. You were a mess. Even if you had made the decision, you might not have been able to kill her. She might have just beaten you instead. In that sense, parting ways uneventfully could have been the safer option. No matter how sharp Takano-san's intuition was, she had no proof. Her suspecting me didn't amount to evidence by itself. Logically, I know that. But that doesn't mean I have nothing to worry about, does it? Just worry about it when the time comes. Now isn't the time to be worrying. It's the time to be smiling, right? You accomplished so much just to gain a new life starting today, didn't you? Then you should be happy at this new morning. If remembering the past is too hard for you, then just consider everything up to yesterday as having never happened. You said so yourself. You would bury it all like it never happened. Well, your wish came true. Everything before yesterday never happened. So be happy, Keiji Maebara. Yay! I stuck up my hands lazily. It felt a little silly for me to be the one doing it. I heaved a sigh from deep in my belly. That sigh got my lungs moving. It felt like I hadn't been breathing until just now. It wasn't enough to admonish myself over. All the dice that could be thrown already had been, and the numbers that turned up weren't bad at all. If I lost with those numbers, then I would just have to give up, I guess. I grabbed the chest of my pajamas and flapped it back and forth. Cool air flowed over my sweating body. Okay, nothing before yesterday happened. Nothing. Nothing at all. I would forget it all. Yesterday was all a dream. What time was it? About midday? Getting myself up and going to school this late seemed kind of absurd, but I needed to go. I felt like going to school would be the first step into my peaceful new life. I didn't care how late it was, I would go. I would go to school right now and get back to the life I had retaken as soon as I could. My lazy body immediately became lighter at the thought. I rolled up out of the futon, bounced onto my knees, then leaped upright. Nice. Stuck the landing. I stuck out my chest with pride at my gymnast-like pose, then took a deep breath of fresh air. The brisk morning air had been gone for a while, replaced by the crisp air of summer. Downstairs, I got a stern talking to by my mother. Where were you last night? When did you get back? You need to tell me when you won't be home for dinner. Things like that. But considering the importance of what I had accomplished yesterday, a little scolding was no problem. In fact, it even felt like the sort of thing that would happen in such a peaceful life. I listened with an irresponsible smile and stepped out into the sun high overhead. It was around the time lunch break would be ending. Everyone would probably be worrying about me. I didn't go to the festival, and now I wasn't at school. Well, maybe they weren't too worried about it, since they would have gotten a small piece of news, but a happy one from Satako today. Yes, the small piece of news that her uncle had not come home last night. Satako would probably live for days in nervous tension for a while, thinking he might still come home, but eventually those days would end, and finally Satako too would realize her uncle was never coming back. And then Rika-chan would quietly invite her. She would say, "You can live with me again," and everything would be back to normal. Our lives would go back to how they were before that man appeared. Satako would start wearing that extraordinary smile, complete with those protruding canines, and fool everyone with those traps she was so proud of. I would probably be her first target out of everyone, but I would not be mad. In fact, I might actually shed tears of joy at the return of something so normal. Satoko. She would gradually grow back into that meddlesome personality of hers. I mean, my lack of useful life skills was already completely exposed. I wondered if I would ever be a match for Satoko, but that would be such a pleasant thing to see too. And with such warm, fuzzy predictions, I didn't feel bad for going to school so late. In fact, I wanted to run there now to get there as soon as I could. Instead, I decided to savor the peacefulness of just going to school like normal, without running. The word I had obtained for myself, that gave me joy just by walking like this. Yes, the world beginning on this very day was something I had won. Without that monumental feat yesterday, I would never have been able to come to school so cheerfully today. The school gate came into sight. Just then I heard the principal ringing the bell to mark the end of lunch break. It was a clear, refreshing sound. I stopped despite myself and let myself take it in. I had stopped suddenly, so there was an extra footstep. With the noise, the blessedness I was feeling throughout my whole body withdrew into any pore it could find. As if to replace it, I felt like hundreds of hairy caterpillars were climbing up my feet. I turned back, but of course nobody was there. Okay, I do remember this from the first game, so this is happening again. The ghost footstep that you can't see. Is it his paranoia? Who knows? A single footstep could have easily been my imagination, but the footstep felt so ominous. That extra footstep I had heard after seeing Takano-san off last night. With everything that happened on that insane night, I didn't mind something like that happening once. It had been a hell of a night after all. In fact, having just one hallucination was pretty fortunate. But those footsteps should have ended with yesterday. So if I heard them again today, there was really only one thing it could have meant. Last night still wasn't over. It was still going. Still that insane night. Forever. The step I heard, just that one extra footstep, was quietly ridiculing the nonsensical notion that the world starting today was completely different from the one that ended yesterday. My classmates playing in the schoolyard all vanished inside like the tide going out. When I approached the school, it felt like that warm, fuzzy scene had ended, and it didn't feel good. At the entrance, I took a quick look in everyone's shoeboxes. Satoko Hojo, she was here. Mion was here too, and Rena, of course. Even Rika-chan was here. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were here. In fact, I didn't see any missing classmates. If there were shoes missing, they would have to be my own. I took off my shoes and stuck them in, then took out some slippers. There wasn't a single pair left in the shoe boxes anymore. With that, they returned to their rightful state. But as I stepped up onto the wooden floor, I noticed there was just one pair of slippers left. Whose? Satoshi Hojo. Satoshi, who had never been to school since disappearing last year. Until now, we had committed the exact same act of violence, but I guess in the very end, it went differently. You couldn't make it to school, but here I am. I didn't repeat the same mistake you made. Or did you? I wasn't about to let myself feel superior about that. In fact, I felt an odd sense of familiarity with him, a misfortunate bond with someone I had never met due to following the same fate. I headed down the hallway towards the unusual classroom. It felt like it had been a whole year since coming here. Hey, did you forget Keiichi Maebara? Satoshi Hojo didn't really disappear on the night of Watanagashi, did he? Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days later, on Satako's birthday, if I was right. I didn't know what day it was, but I couldn't say for sure I had avoided Satoshi's failure unless I remained here past that day. I was still living in that night of insanity. The teacher still hadn't come to the classroom. The other door clattered open, the one the teacher wouldn't use, so everyone turned at once to see who had arrived. Everyone looked pretty vacant. Suppose I'll greet them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I do thank you for coming all the way out here today. Silence. When I started to think I'd fallen flat, someone finally started laughing for me. Good morning, Kei-chan. You're pretty energetic today. Yeah, energetic. Maybe you haven't gotten out of the festive mood yet. Hearing Mion and Rena's cheerful voices made me realize how dumb those dark feelings I had been having at the entrance really were. Hey now, festive mood. I wasn't at the festival at all, remember? Before I could say that, Rika-chan smiled at me. Keiichi, did you make sure to watch my dance? Yep, he saw it just fine. Didn't you see how big an applause he gave you? And he ignored it when that blockhead Shion came up and made a pass at him. Take that, Shion. That felt good. Mion starts laughing at the memory as she slaps me a few times on the back. So, how did that target practice contest turn out in the end? Tomita-kun was facing me and talking. There was nobody behind me. That meant he was talking to me? Tomitake turned up dead last. Everyone had a good time with his punishment game. Weren't you supposed to be the one in last place, Rika-chan? It was such a turnaround when you pulled off getting that chewing gum. I should have expected that from a member of my club. It was fantastic. Crying at a time like that is a feat only Furude would be allowed to do, said Okamura-kun, breathing heavily from his nose. In my direction. Everyone laughed. If anyone but Rika-chan had done it, it would have been against the rules. Rika-chan gave one of her nipa smiles as she listened to it. In my direction. Rena too turned towards me, and then with a somewhat embarrassed smile, she whispered to me so only I could hear. But really, thanks, Keiichi-kun. For what? That giant stuffed animal. I was really happy. It's nice and safe right at my bedside. I made sure to give it a good night kiss before bed, too. How? The class laughed at that, cheering and jeering. This whole time, the conversation had been a little bit off. I wasn't quite getting it. What's this? About a stuffed animal? What's this? Come on, we all worked really hard at the festival yesterday to get it down, remember? The gigantic stuffed animal. The gigantic stuffed animal. Rena seemed taken aback, but when she answered, she did it with a smile. We were having a hard time knocking it over, so we tried aiming at the forehead and rapid-fire shooting stuff. That did happen, didn't it? That happened in the first chapter. So are these chapters happening in alternate realities and we somehow ended up in the first chapter? Is that what's going on right now? Like, what the hell, man? And then Keiichi-kun, you got a whole bunch of guns ready beforehand. If that's what happened, and the footsteps he's hearing that he thinks he's imagining, what if those footsteps are him? He is being himself, and he's spooking himself by being a ghost of himself? If that made any sense. It was so cool. Wait, who was this? All the people in the neighborhood association, including the chairman, were praising you so much. No, it couldn't have been because we didn't know about Shion in the first chapter. We didn't even know Mion had it. I don't know what the hell's going on right now. One of them said he had fallen in love with your way of words. Tokuzo Kimiyoshi, the chairman in the children's committee, I think. He said he wanted to entrust you with a few of the stalls in the next festival. Tokuzo is the chair of the refreshment booths. He's on the festival executive committee. Meibaru-san's great at making things. That was his second game, wasn't it? When they had the contest and he had to make how good the takoyaki tasted up. Whenever he talks about something, it seems a lot better than it actually is. You can't say that. Keiichi-kun, you would be a great salesman. If you did a bargain sale on bananas or something, I bet it would go great. What have you been talking about? I mean, then go to the festival in the first place? I swallowed those words. I didn't know exactly why, but in Hinamizawa, this is what had happened. Yesterday, during the Watanagashi festival, Keiichi Maebara had appeared, and he had romped about with all the usual members of his club. He made a big scene at a few of the stalls, snatched a few sticks of takoyaki and okonomitaki in his glee, rating each of them as delicious or terrible to get everyone excited. And they had seen a gigantic stuffed animal at the target practice game, and everyone went after it. And then I got a whole bunch of the cork guns, firing them in rapid succession, throwing each one away after using it, and admirably, I shot down the biggest stuffed animal there. And then I gave the stuffed animal the proof of my victory to Rena as a gift. Then our fun came to a close as we had to go see Rika-chan's offertory dance. There was a ton of people squeezed in there, and we all got separated, but we each managed to get into a good position to cheer Rika-chan on from. Then in the middle, when Shion came up and asked me to go hang out with her, instead of watching the dedication dance, I refused and stayed put, watching the dance until the very end. So some sort of bastardization of the first and second game? Because in the first game, I'm pretty sure it was the first game that we did the shooting game. We didn't do that in the second game, right? And then I'm pretty sure the octopus balls were in the second game. And in the second game, Shion came up, but we didn't go with her, which means we didn't go see the torture devices. But who? Who was that? Well, everyone's been saying it, haven't they? Keiichi Maebara. I had an urge to yell in anger at my classmates for having so much fun talking about the festival yesterday with Keiichi Maebara. What the hell are you guys even talking about? Far stronger than that feeling, though, was the sheer uncanny nature of this reality I could not understand. A Keiichi Maebara who wasn't me was in Hinamizawa yesterday, as I threw away my humanity, turned into a demon, and was busy beating Satoko's uncle to death. I was having a great time at the festival last night. What the hell? I had to suffer through so much. Desperately holding back tears, getting so worn out in that downpour. Digging holes, chasing, beating, killing, dragging, and burying. Who was this Keiichi Maebara who had ignored me so and spent such a fun, carefree time at the festival, damn it? Who the hell stood in for me as I put my life on the line working so hard to achieve this treasure like everyday life? If there was another Keiichi Maebara besides me, then what was I? On the night of Watanagashi, where one died and one disappeared, in accordance with Oyashiro-sama's curse, there was only a demon who had killed someone. Dumbfounded, as I succumbed to a horrifying possibility, I looked around at my classmates to make sure there was nobody extra I didn't recognize among them, to make sure I wasn't among them. It was a horrifying thought that the real Keiichi Maebara had not overslept and had come to school on time, and that I, who was no longer Keiichi Maebara, had just waltzed in here. But no matter how much I checked, the only people here were the ones I knew. The man I met every time I looked in the bathroom mirror was not here. Okay, everyone, time to start afternoon classes. Please take your seats. President, please lead the class. The teacher entered, and everyone hurried back to their seats. Upon finding me, who was so stupidly late, she gave me a stern talking to. But I wasn't listening to it. Wasn't our old life supposed to start today? Something was not right. It was just strange. I was supposed to go back to my old, fun life after yesterday. I'd set foot in an incomparably mysterious world that was completely different from both my old life and my recent one. Yes, this was, without a doubt, a different world than the one I had been living in until now. There was no way such an absurd thing could be possible. But unless it was true, I couldn't explain anything that just happened. In this classroom, I was surrounded by so many faces I knew, and yet I felt isolated. The cicadas sounded no different than they had before now, but they seemed somehow false. The air was parched and dry too, making me think, was the air in Hinamizawa always this uncomfortable? Hey, Rena, what is it? We are in class about the festival yesterday. About when would you say I got there? Huh? To be honest, I was pretty excited afterwards and gobbled down some cans of beer. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, but I don't quite remember some things. For random babbling, it wasn't a bad excuse. Keiichi-kun, you said you couldn't come at first, didn't you? You called me Chan's house about it, right? That matched. I called Mion and told her to take Satoko in my place, since I wouldn't be able to meet up with them due to things I had to do. We all decided while we were setting up for the festival that we would invite Satoko-chan. We wanted to bring her out someplace where she couldn't see her uncle for a little while. That was the same too. Mion said that when I called her, that everyone had already decided to invite her. And then we all went, me, Mi-chan, and Rika-chan, to Satoko-chan's house and brought her out. Satoko-chan's uncle seems like a really mean person. That part didn't matter. What I was trying to ask was, I, well, when did I meet up with you? How could you forget that? Keiichi-kun, I think you shouldn't be drinking until you're an adult. Whatever. When did I meet up with you? Well, at my sudden threatening demand, Rena was at a loss for words. I shouldn't have rushed that. I told her I was sorry. It was at the shrine grounds. It was unexpected. You were talking to Rika-chan, weren't you? Yep. You were having a fun talk with Rika-chan in her shrine maiden outfit, and then Rena came up and said, how? I'm taking you home. I was talking to Rika-chan, and I asked Kei-chan, didn't you have something to do today? Then you pounded your chest and said yourself that letting loose at a festival was more important than some silly errand. I didn't say that. I never said anything like that. I never even went to the shrine grounds yesterday to begin with. I'd never had the time to stop by a place like that. I went to dig the hole as soon as I woke up. I had a pretty hard time finding it. After that, I snuck into the school and made a call. I called him out and lay in wait, and then it started raining really hard. With that kind of downpour, the festival should have come to a halt. In other words, it ended then. From the time the festival started to when it ended, it would have been impossible for me to have swung by the shrine grounds. I was already there when Mion and the others dragged Satoko out and brought her to the shrine, and I was talking to Rika-chan. Then, where would Rika-chan say we met? The teacher went out to wash her hands, so I ran over to Rika-chan's desk and asked her directly. With you? Yeah, we were talking to each other before Mion and the others got there, right? When did we see each other? When and where? I don't know what you're trying to ask. I drank so much beer I lost some of my memory. I don't remember a thing. It looked like Rika-chan brought into my babbling. We saw each other when the mayor and the others came out of the assembly hall. We were in front of the ritual implement storehouse. What? The ritual implement storehouse? I had never heard of a building called that before. Or maybe I have, but at the very least I wouldn't know where on the shrine grounds it was. The mayor got real angry at you since you shouldn't go near holy places without authority, remember? Keiichi, did you forget that too? I was too scared to ask any more. The more I asked, the more it became clear without any doubt that Keiichi Maebara was present at the Furude Shrine grounds during the Watanagashi festival. Okay, you guys remember when Mion said before that the demon had taken her over, right? And that at a certain point she was no longer her, that the demon had taken over. And then at the end it turned out that she had actually died on the stairs. That there was no way she could have tried to stab the main character or, had the argument. What if the demon or whoever's doing all this is actually a shape changer and it can change shape and be whoever it needs to be? Like another inconsistency was that she had apparently the blonde chick had apparently died like 24 hours before and that she couldn't have been walking around. What if she had actually died? The demon took her form and then she killed her boyfriend and then just disappeared because she was actually a demon. So what if that's what's going on? There's actually some shape-shifting shit going on. And for whatever reason, the demon knew that the real dude was out killing people. So since it didn't have to kill people, since the real one was doing that, it decided to be the one that was having fun. If that makes sense. Sort of switching places between what the demon would be doing as opposed to the real one. The clearer that became, the more doubts, no fears I had. Who on earth was I yesterday? Whoever that was, he had a good time in my place and managed to go the entire day without letting them notice I wasn't there. Right. When did that person leave everyone? This morning my mother got mad at me for having stayed out so late last night, which meant at the very least that Keiichi Maebara hadn't come home while my mother was still awake. The festival had been closed because of the downpour. If I recall right, when I went back to the house's storage room to get another shovel, I think the clock said 7. Since it was already raining hard by then, the festival would have had to close down before 7. If I had returned that early, I would have definitely run into my parents. Or, at the very least, they wouldn't have asked me when I got back last night. So the cage he may borrow from yesterday, that meant he never went home. That meant the downpour happened and the festival was broken up and everyone left. But he didn't go back to the house. That means... When I arrived at the natural conclusion, a wicked chill suddenly froze my spine and climbed up to my brain. That meant Keiichi Maebara was the same as Satoshi. One day he never went home. On the night of Watanagashi, he never went home. The downpour interrupted the festival, and on the way home, he suddenly disappeared. And I, who was dealing with the corpse, went home without a problem. I was so tired I wasn't even hungry, so I went up to my room without a sound and crawled into my futon. Who was I? That much was obvious. Keiichi Maebara. Keiichi Maebara was me. There may have been another one, but that does not negate the fact that I was Keiichi Maebara. Then that other Keiichi Maebara was what? The voices of the cicadas steadily filling the classroom were beginning to bother me. Suddenly, I laid eyes on Satoko. Sato's expression was dark as always. She seemed completely exhausted, and at a life of agony she couldn't even imagine ending to. Okay, biggest thing we've got to worry about, honestly though, is did that sequence of events actually happen? Is he actually missing? Because I swear if we get through the whole thing of killing her uncle, and then her uncle's not actually dead in this reality because, different Keiichi, that would suck some balls. That would suck some serious balls. What had last night been like for Satoko? Did she have fun with everyone and feel a little happier even if for a moment? And when she went home, the end of her dream, she had probably gone to sleep afraid of when her uncle would return. And then this morning, her uncle had not come home, and then she went to school. Right now, she must have been still trapped by the rotten idea from which she could not be saved, that her uncle would need her when she got back. But you can rest easy, Satoko. Your uncle won't ever be coming back. I couldn't tell her it was because I had killed him. When Satoko realized on her own that her uncle would never return, and that would truly be the end of the long, insane night. That's right. I didn't do anything wrong. I did the best possible thing I could have as Satoko's Nini. Not an atom in my body regretted it. And look, calm down and think, Keiji Maebara. From a certain point of view, isn't it convenient there was another Keiji Maebara? I buried the corpse perfectly. A beginning wouldn't happen. But if worst came to worst and it got out and the investigation got to me, I now had a strong alibi, able to profess the fact that I had been at the Watanagashi fest. Had to sneeze real quick. Oof. But accepting something so creepy and using it as an alibi. Still, if I proved I hadn't gone to the festival yesterday, it would do no good and a whole lot of harm. That was what left the really, actually bad aftertaste. You'll forget about Keiichi Maebara, everything that happened before today. So just forget about the Keiichi Maebara who was there yesterday too. Instead, let's gently watch over Satoko for the day her smile returns, and the day that would mark the end of that insane, all too long night. That's all for today, class. Please go straight back to your homes, everyone. President, if you would. Everybody stand up. At attention. Battle. Goodbye. I thought about many things, and saw my thoughts dispersed by many other things. I didn't know whether or not that time had been spent worrying or daydreaming, but either way it came to an end along with class. Cheerfully our classmates got their things and ran for the hallway. Mion, Rena, and Rika-chan were packing up as well. What about Satoko? That this whole day she seemed deflated. Well, her uncle may not have returned last night, but she wouldn't have known he had never returned. How much I wanted to express that back to her. Satoko packed up her pencil box and math workbook messily, and after a dark glance at the clock, heaved a sigh, then went to leave the classroom. Then suddenly, somebody placed a hand on her shoulder and stopped her. What is it? I watered the plants like I was supposed to and got all the printouts done. Her words, possessed by a persecution complex, hurt. I spoke loudly so everyone could hear. Hey, everyone, why don't why don't we have club today? It's been a while. Satoko always had to tend to her uncle, so club had been on hiatus. In our minds, our club was proof of a calm, peaceful life. By enjoying being together, I wanted to make Satoko realize her days of darkness were over. I'm okay. I'll do it. Meep. Well, I don't mind. If it's okay with Satoko. Under a condition. That was important. With everything up to her, Satoko gave a worried look. Come on, Satoko, it's been a long time. Let's go crazy. Well, I'm happy you feel that way, but my uncle might already be home. Thus spoke her darkened eyes, her mouth unmoving. You've been choking on life every day for a while. You must be about to suffocate. It's not good for your mind or body. Once in a while, you've got to have some fun. Please leave it alone. It's not like I don't want to do club again. With one word, but. She looked down. Satoko, you know as well as anyone that's more fun being with everyone, right? We're friends. That means we can spend time with each other. You had a great time at the festival yesterday with everyone, didn't you? Rena nearly said something, but she was too late. Keiichi-san, what are you saying? My arm on her shoulder seemed to weigh her down, and she threw it off. When exactly was I playing and having fun at the festival? The only one having fun was you, Keiichi-san. I looked over to Mion for help, but now everyone was looking down. My instincts told me that Satoko hadn't gone to the festival, but Rena said it herself, that she went with Mion to Satoko's house to invite her. Satoko-chan left on the way there. She didn't go to the shrine. Why? I realized the absurdity of what I just said with Satoko in front of me. She asked. She said her uncle was waiting at home, and she couldn't have fun by herself when we were in front of the shrine. We tried to stop her too. We told her her uncle said it was okay, and that he wouldn't get mad if she had a good time. At some point the tears had begun welling up in Satoko's eyes. Satoko was so afraid of her uncle that she couldn't even allow herself time with her friends and went home. She was even afraid of letting herself have a good time with her friends. Keiji-san, you must have it nice. Having a blast at the festival all night. They told me you went all out, didn't you? I'm very envious. Smiling to herself, her tears began to fall. I must provide for my uncle. It's completely different from you, with how you let your parents do everything. Satoko, I'm so glad you enjoyed yourself at the festival. I'm so glad you had enough fun for me, too. I mean, I want to participate in the club, too. Making such a racket with everyone is so much fun. But right now, I can't. I can't. Unable to withstand such violent emotion, a few teardrops slid down her cheek. But even though she was having such a terrible time, not once did she ever say that was hard for her. It was a sad, obstinate bravery. But the days when Satoko had to feel like that were over. Satoko didn't need to endure it, to bear it anymore. She could forget all about it now and smile. I was so frustrated at not being able to tell her that directly. Instead, I said something I'm not sure I should have said before I thought twice about it. He didn't come home, did he? The words were deeply meaningful to me, but I didn't know if Satoko understood them. Didn't come home? Who? He didn't come home last night, did he? Your uncle. What are you talking about, Keiji-san? Satoko shouted with all her might. When has he not been there? Fuck me! Come on! This is some goddamn bullshit. This is some goddamn bullshit. This is goddamn bullshit right here. About to rage quit this visual novel right in here. Come on now. No. When? Calm down. He didn't come home yesterday, did he? I don't understand what you're trying to say, Keiji-san. Satoko, what are you talking about? That man, I killed him. Killed him yesterday. Killed him for sure. And I buried him. I buried him whole. He could never have returned to his house. Even yesterday he was torturing me so much. He yelled at me. He shouted at me. He found fault with everything I did. He threw the dinner I made him on the floor. He dumped his bowl of miso soup on me too. It was hot. It was messy. And I cleaned all of it up. I cleaned all of it. What? Our stories weren't matching up. He And this morning, when you woke me up to make him breakfast, he got so mad at me. He would have gotten mad at me whether I had gotten up or not. Satoko. Rika-chan went over to Satoko and said a few words of consolation. But Satoko angrily refused those words and thrust Rika-chan away. Yeah, I'm about to rage quit this. I mean, the fuck, bro. The fuck. Nini. Nini. Come back. Come back. Crying, Satoko slowly walked out into the hallway. After a moment, Rika-chan went after her. I couldn't stop thinking about the words Satoko had spoken while crying. I buried her uncle last night. But she said this morning that was impossible. I buried him last night, so she could not have seen her uncle this morning. What was Satoko? At that point, I heard Mion's cold voice. Hey, Kei-chan, what did you mean about Satoko's uncle? I said too much. I let the emotions get the better. Well, I mean, you might as well admit now. Because, I mean, obviously you didn't kill him, so if you just say, I could have swore I killed him, it's not like, you're admitting to a crime, because apparently you didn't kill him. Rena heard it too. You said Satoko's uncle didn't come home. Why? Why didn't he come home? That's strange. Satoko-chan's uncle was right there this morning, wasn't he? So why would you say he didn't come back? Come back? Kei-chan, you've been saying weird things for a while. Suddenly, Mion and Rena started to speak in strange, creepy voices. What were they doing? What were they saying? Kei-chan, is it somehow inconvenient for you for Satoko's uncle to be around? What are you talking about? Of course it would be better if Satoko's uncle wasn't here. Yep, that's true of course, if only he weren't here, right? Something wasn't right. The next thing I knew, Mion and Rena were smiling thinly, and their eyes were dark and muddy, in a way that I had never seen. Possession. That's been a common key for possession so far, right? Or demons? I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore. As our eyes met, that mud even seemed to fill the air. Satoko's uncle is an awful person, no doubt. I think we'd all be better off with him gone just as much as you do. But he's here. There's nothing we can do, right? Nothing we can do. Something is wrong. Something is clearly wrong here. What the hell is happening? After a moment, a chilly, liquid-like feeling, as though my blood had been mixed with sherbet, crawled up my spine. No choice. I mean, of course there isn't, but then Satoko will never. If there's no choice, what would you do? Rena was trying to prompt me to say more. There really was no choice, so I killed him. I killed him to protect Satoko. That's... Leave him alone. I think things will resolve themselves soon enough. Satoko-chan said her uncle was here, so he's here. He was here yesterday, and he's here today. She said so, so it's fine. Right? Right. Mion and Rena were speaking unbelievably dismissively. How could they be talking like that? Mion and Rena, they were my friends and were seriously worried about Satoko's abuse. Weren't they? They would never blurt out something like this. And I definitely killed Satoko's uncle. No matter what Satoko or anyone else says, I wouldn't acknowledge it, because him being alive was impossible. There is no way he was alive. It was impossible. And yet, since Satoko herself said he was here, then he was alive. I didn't know why or how, but suddenly Mion and Brenna were at my side, standing there silently. Let's go home, Kei-chan. After we leave, Brenna wants to go treasure hunting for the first time in a while. Mi-chan is coming too. Kei-chan, you should come along. Of course, you're not allowed to refuse. If words could freeze blood, then there was no doubt that they would have frozen me solid. I could hear it, a layer of thin ice, the sound of all my muscles tensing. And with them closely at my sides, we left the school, as if they were police officers taking me away. They talked about silly things the entire way home, like they always did, but they always stood at my sides as if to prevent me from escaping. This was strange. Everything about this day was strange. Actually, it had been strange ever since the previous night. Yes, thinking back, it had been strange ever since killing Satoko's uncle. That creepy meeting with Takano-san was only the beginning. The insane night was still continuing. It still had not ended. What? What's wrong, Kei-chan? Why did you suddenly stop? Sorry, it's nothing. When I stopped, it was distant, but I definitely heard them. An extra set of footsteps. That was proof. Proof that insane night hadn't ended. Mion left where she usually did, and finally we came to my house. Okay, Gage, you can wait here for me. Rena will come to pick you up soon. What was it? She was inviting me along on one of her oversized garbage treasure hunts at the dam site, right? But why now? Mion coming along was strange, too. Mion may have accepted Rena's little hobby, but she hated fishing through garbage, so she would never come with her before. And the location specifically being the dam site was a little creepy. The dam construction site was completely outside the flow of everyday life. It was so remote that no one ever went there unless they thought to in particular. Nobody lived there, and there were no lights, so at night it got dark very quickly. I was being forcibly invited there. There was no reason I had to fear Rion and Rina and Mion. Besides, wouldn't the trouble I'd make by refusing them be a pain to deal with? In that way, it didn't seem like treasure hunting with them was a bad idea. But the insane night was continuing. Haven't the sirens of instinct been wailing in my mind for a while now, warning me that Rina and Mion were strange, that I needed to be cautious? The warning sirens were so freaking loud it felt like my head was split in two. Rina, I I actually have something to do. Something to do? Like what? Like what? It's I just have something to do, okay? If you had something to do, why didn't you say it while Mi-chan was still here? I already told her to meet us at the dam site before we split up. Rena was smiling, but her words made her discomfort clear. Sorry, I just kind of missed the opportunity to say so. Really? You're lying, aren't you? You just made that up now, you liar. That's what Rena's eyes said to me. My head hurts. I might have a cold, so I want to go get checked out and get some medicine. Really? That wasn't really a lie. My head did hurt a little bit, so I wasn't lying. Sorry about that. She couldn't figure out if my head hurt or not just by looking at it. Then, I guess that's that. After staring me in the eyes for a few moments, she fired a sharp needle-like stare at me. The tension in my body loosened, and I felt like my knees might buckle. If you're going to the clinic, then you should go soon. Sometimes they close early. Thanks. I'll do that. Make sure you go, okay? To the hospital. I I will go. For real. I will. It seemed like Rena had realized I was going to refuse her invitation for a while now. With how serious she looks, she might actually call the clinic later to make sure I went. I couldn't say anything careless. Lying about getting checked out was just an excuse to decline her request in the first place. It didn't matter whether I actually went. Yeah, I'll go. If you want, I can bring you the bill tomorrow. Oh, that would be good. Be sure to bring it, okay? Rena will look at it then. Another tingle started crawling up my back. There was no ignoring it. Rena and Mion must have been monitoring my movements. That was not normal. Far from it. All of it was insane. I did what I did because I wanted my peaceful life back. But what, what on earth was all this? It was far from peaceful. Something had gone mad, leaving the world out of order. With the other Keiichi Maebara, with those creepy footsteps I've been hearing, with Rena and Mion acting so curious, and above all, with him being alive. Where was I? Hinamizawa Village. Shishibo. I knew that much. Was this really the Hinamizawa I knew? Hey, Keiichi Maebara, where is this? I asked, whipping around before the front door to face the one who has been following in my wake all day. Nobody would have been there, of course. Keiichi Maebara. That's why I just called him. Called the one who had been trailing behind me this whole time. That shadowy presence, always clinging to me, like it was constantly watching for the opportunity to change places. Footsteps always following me, with another impossibility. It couldn't have been a ghost, so it was just impossible. So the strangeness must have been my ears, my head, or Hina Mizawa. Everything I could see was the exact same Hina Mizawa I knew so well, and that gave me the creeps. Eventually I decided to actually go to the clinic. I really didn't want to go outside, but a stronger feeling than that desire was the fear Rena might actually be keeping an eye on me to see if I went to the hospital. But before I went to the clinic, there was something I wanted to make sure of. It was at school. I pretended I had forgotten something and was going back to the classroom to pick it up. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I was overwhelmed by paranoia. I was just going to the classroom, but I hated it so much, having to be so careful to fake it. After carefully verifying once more that nobody was watching, I went over to the locker. Yes, Satoshi's locker. I committed the crime with the bat I found in this locker, Satoshi's bat. And then I had thrown the bat into the swamp, which meant the bat should not have been inside. But what if the bat was still in here? It was a very dreadful, incomprehensible idea, but if it was true, it would explain a lot. If the bat was in here, yesterday's events would have all been a delusion, an illusion. I hadn't killed anyone, and I had gone to the festival. I had a great time rampaging about with everyone. It would prove that Keiichi Maebara was really me. Proof that I was only under some strange assumption that I had killed Satoko's uncle. Proof that it had all been a wild fantasy. That would explain everything. Nothing happened yesterday. I had just gone mad, unable to separate my shocking, uncle-killing dream from reality. That would explain everything. If the bat was here, would I be able to accept that reality? If it was here, nothing would have changed. If it was here, it would just mean I had gone crazy. Preparing myself for the worst, I opened the locker door. I was actually scared of opening it slowly, so I threw it open with a bang. And just like the first time, the choking scent of smell and sweat, like a stale towel, came flowing out. There was a baseball uniform and some miscellaneous other things like notebooks. There was also a shoe pouch. And as for the bat, it was not here. It was how I left it when I took the bat out. There was no doubt. Yesterday really happened. Now that I knew I wasn't a lunatic, I felt relieved. But at the same time, if I wasn't the crazy one, then Hinamizawa was, and that was evidence of a reality I found just as difficult to accept. There was noise somehow creeping into everything I saw, and the world was losing a tiny bit of color. So, what did I know about last night now? Now that I had made sure the bat wasn't there, I didn't need to be here anymore. Shall I go? For real, to the hospital? It was my first time going to the hospital, but from what I had heard, it wasn't far from school. My mom had told me where it was. A big, easy-to-see road went straight there. I went past the shopping street, made a turn. It wasn't overly hard to spot the sign with Irie Clinic on it. There was one other person, an older man, there in the air-conditioned waiting room. I went up to the counter and told them it was my first time here. The man behind the counter glanced at the clock and said there would be a short wait. It was almost 5. Clinic hours would be ending soon. As I sat in this unfamiliar waiting room, isolated from everyone, and let myself feel the cool air, I actually felt relieved. What should I tell the doctor when he comes? I could tell him I had a cold, but I was the very picture of health. Actually, I wanted him to check my head. I wanted someone to confirm for me whether I was really sane or not. Keiichi Mabar-san, please come into the examination room. The voice from the other side of the examination curtain. I thought I had heard it somewhere before. Hello. This is the first time we've seen each other here. Coach. Coach, you were a doctor? Now that you mention it, he did seem to know his way around when he was looking at my shoulder in the nurse's office. It would make sense if he was actually a doctor. Come to think of it, our teacher called him Irie-sensei, didn't she? Well, yes, I am more or less a doctor here. Doctors have it really good, you know. You get to see and touch all that young, silky, smooth skin. I could inject them with a weird chemical that would make them my slaves and have them be my personal mate. Okay, dude. Being creepy. Being creepy. Stranger danger. Thank you very much. Just seeing that made my cold go away. I'll be leaving now. Polite bow. Whoa, wait, Maybara-san. A joke, it was a joke. Come, sit down, let me take a look at you. I'll need to use my stethoscope. She'll show me your silky smooth chest, Maybara-san. For some reason, I felt really relieved. After that insane night, as much as I thought everything had gone crazy, Coach here was doing the same thing he always did. I was very happy for that. You don't seem to have a cold. Actually, those scrapes and cuts all over you seem to be the painful thing. Don't tell me you were playing in the bush with short sleeves and shirts. I mean, I can't say for sure you haven't been infected with tetanus. As I was chasing that man last night, I had kept being scraped by bits of trees. I didn't realize I had so many cuts. You went a little too crazy at the festival yesterday. Enjoy that while you are young. And once again, I apparently went to the festival. Coach, did you go to the festival? Yes, of course I did. I may be a doctor, but I'm also on the Watanagashi Executive Committee. Did you see me there? This coach was the same coach that I had always known, and I felt like I could trust him more than my weird friends. So I asked. Well, actually, I was drinking in the main tent with the chairman and the others the whole time. I didn't go out to see the festival at all. I don't think I saw you. Oh, that was a strange question. Did you have too much to drink and forgot about what happened last night? And underage, too. You bad child. Coach let out a laugh. He didn't laugh in an unnatural way like Mion and Rina did. Coach was okay. He was the coach from the world I knew. He wasn't someone from this abnormal world. Well, this all might seem a little weird to you, but I want you to hear me out without laughing. Go ahead. I greatly welcome any shy, bashful worries you might have as you come into your secondary sex characteristics. Could it be possible that I have an identical twin? Coach hadn't expected that question at all, and couldn't say anything for a moment. But then he smiled calmly and quietly answered. This is just superstition. I've heard before that everyone has two other people in the world who look just like them. If there was, I would certainly like to meet them, though. Also, there are plenty of fairy tales where a person's double appears. The German ones about doppelgangers are probably the most famous. Doppelgangers? Yes, they look exactly like another person. Apparently, they herald misfortune, and if you meet one, you are sure to die soon. I think that's how it went. When you meet them, you're sure to die soon. The story ended directly in death, plain and simple, and it made my spine tingle. Coach wasn't saying it to scare me, though. He was just offering a casual anecdote, but that made it all the more real. Have you ever heard of one of those things showing up in Hinamizawa? What? Well, I can't say that I have. Coach must have thought he was being teased, so he laughed in an exaggerated way. But when I didn't smile along with him, his laughter steadily grew fainter. I'm sorry. I was sort of being serious. No, I apologize for laughing. Was there something you were worried about? I wonder if I should tell him. Then after resolving myself one final time, I slowly spoke. I didn't go to the festival yesterday. Is that right? Well, there will be one next year, and then you can... That's not what I meant. I didn't go to the festival, but according to everyone else, I was there. Could that even be possible? After blinking his eyes in amazement, Coach thought seriously about what I was trying to say, and he answered, choosing his words carefully. Let me make sure I have this straight. Mebaraka, you went to the Watanagashi festival but don't remember it. Am I right? I was trying to say something completely different, but I suppose any sane person would come to that conclusion. That night, Keiichi Maebara was actually at the festival, but I was saying I didn't go. That obviously meant my memories of going there had failed me, but that was absolutely impossible. That vivid act I had committed during the downpour couldn't possibly have been an illusion. All these scrapes, my body could prove it, as does the fact the bat wasn't in the locker. That's not it, Coach. I really didn't go to the festival. Please don't take offense, Maebara-san. Have you ever had experience where you were suddenly somewhere unfamiliar and you couldn't remember why? No, and I didn't lose my memories or anything, because while the festival was going on, I was definitely doing something else. It wasn't like I was asleep and unconscious or anything. You're certain you were doing something else? I know I'm being awfully rude, but are you sure you're not mistaken? I know I'm not. My memories are clear as day. And they were real. During the festival, you weren't at the shrine, and you were doing something somewhere else. Can you definitely prove that? That's right. Thinking it through brought me to this. There was only one way to prove that I really wasn't at the festival yesterday, and that was to show that there was no doubt I had killed your uncle. Coach saw me struggling to answer, and his eyes looked a little cold. I guess they would. After all, from Coach's perspective, I was just a weirdo sputtering nonsense. Would you like to lay down? Maybe you should relax and take it easy for a bit. Sorry. I didn't really come here to lay down. You seem to be a little worked up. Why don't I give you a sedative that'll let you sleep for a bit? That way, I'm not being strange. Coach seemed to realize he was treating me like a deviant, and he raised his voice. I apologize if I've offended you, so please calm down. I definitely didn't go to the festival. That's the truth. I understand. I understand, so please calm down. Take a deep breath. You don't understand at all. Coach was stunned and stared in stupefaction. I do understand, Maibara-san. You didn't go to the festival yesterday. Is that right? I believe you. I believe you. Coach jotted down a brief note in his records. He was writing it in German, so that his patient wouldn't know what it said. But I could make a good guess as to what he wrote. You won't believe me until I tell you everything I was doing at the time, will you? No, I believe you. Please sit down. Before I sat, I tilted my head back a little. The blood in my face all drained out and I quieted down. After taking a deep breath, I made sure that I was calm now. It would have been impossible for me to be at the festival, because at the time I was... Should I tell him or not? I really did not want to go on living like this, feeling this horrible. And I said them, the final fatal words, because I was killing Satoko's uncle at the time. I could smell the concrete in the room. I could feel the air around us sharpen. Nobody moved. Only the sound of the clock ticking told us time hadn't stopped. With his mouth wide open, Coach even forgot to blink for a little while. You killed Satoko-chan's uncle. Yeah. It's fine now, Keiichi Maibara. Don't hesitate. Admit it with all your strength. Yes. Last night, I did it. I killed him. I spoke clearly and fluidly. I could easily tell that Coach's mind had gone completely blank. Why would you? No. That was a foolish question. I believed it was the most direct method of saving Satoko, so I carried it out. I don't have any regrets. I see. Coach smiled thinly and nodded a bit. So I couldn't have been at the festival. I left the brightness of my house for the darkness of the outside. After that, I dug holes, made phone calls, I had my hands full. And then I attacked him, killed him, and buried him. It was pouring hard at the time. The festival started that evening, but was suspended due to the rain. There were no gaps in my memories. From the late afternoon until it started to rain, there was no time for me to possibly have gone to the festival. And those wounds, are they from that? Yes. There's a road through the forest near Satoko's house. I attacked him there. He ran, but I chased him, and finally killed him near the road that leads to town. Is that true? Killing her uncle, it wasn't some wild fantasy. I could tell that Coach did not believe me, so I spoke slowly, not letting myself grow excited. It's true. I killed him with Satoshi's bat. I threw it and the uncle's motorbike into the swamp. I dug a hole, killed him, and buried him. I did it all by myself. Satoko's uncle drove past you on a motorbike, did he? Then you predicted he would do that and just waited? I assumed he wouldn't be leaving his house that day, so I lied to him over the phone to get him out. You called him, but your house is so far away from Satoko-chan's. I wouldn't think you would be able to make it there so soon after calling him. I used a phone closer to where I was going to attack him, the one at school. But Maibara-san, it was Sunday. Wouldn't the school have been locked up? A forest ranger happened to go inside for a bit. I slipped in when I had the chance. After that, Coach grilled me on a few different things regarding the incident. He made sure to question me carefully, looking for any contradictions in my account. I'll believe you. What you did yesterday doesn't seem like a dream. I explained everything, including minor details that only someone who had actually committed the crime could explain. I could, of course. It was only yesterday. Coach realized that my story had no expedient coincidences or too convenient details that would have existed in a daydream or a delusion, and finally seemed to want to believe me. So, do you still think I went to the festival and lost my memory? Coach slowly shook his head. But everyone in class, they said I was at the festival yesterday. Is that even possible? No, it is not. Your classmates probably mistook you for someone who looked very similar. Then, given how group psychology works, everyone just assumed that you had been at the festival. They couldn't have mistaken me. Mion and all the rest said they were spending time with Keiichi Maibara. It was much more than just having mistaken someone else for me. But saying that out loud would just confuse Coach. He spoke to me in whisper tones. Do you feel guilty at all? It didn't sound like he was criticizing me, and even if he had, I would have flatly said the same thing. I don't. I did it so that I could return the peaceful days that he had stolen from us. So I've planned to forget it all about having killed him and live my life as usual. Once Satoko's regular smile returns, the one from before he showed up, everything will finally be over. Any chance that someone witnessed the crime? I don't think so. If someone had seen me, I would have been arrested already. I am a doctor. My job is to save lives, so I cannot make any statements to the effect of condoning the taking of another's life. So instead, I will say this. Coach slowly rose and placed a hand on my shoulder. For saving Satoko-chan, I thank you. Coach's eyes started shedding warm tears. When I looked at him, I started to feel some tears of my own. I didn't know what I was crying for, and so for a little while, the two men in the room fought back their tears. But it's strange. What is? I'm sure I killed him, and yet he seems to have returned home alive. Coach's expression immediately sharpened. Depending on the situations, there are many ways that mere unconsciousness can look like real death to a layperson. Do you think it's possible he was just knocked out? I didn't check for a pulse, but I'm pretty sure I did him in. Can I reproduce the situation in which you attacked him, Maibara-san? Coach rolled up a Health and Fitness Week poster nearby and offered it to me to represent the bat. Though I may have been lost to the motions of a beast that night, I remembered in detail the number of times I swung the bat, the angles I had swung from, and the force I had applied. Using Coach as a stand-in for the uncle, I reproduced them over one by one. And when he tripped and fell, I bashed him in the top of the head like this. When I did it felt different from the other strikes. I thought I had cracked his skull. Coach was calmly analyzing the information, using the pieces I had struck and the situation at hand to find out what state the uncle's body had been in. I wasn't totally sure he was dead, so I hit him a few more times after he fell. Did he react at all? At first, I sort of felt his body jolting with every hit, but eventually that stopped too, and he didn't react at all. Coach folded his arms and said, a few times, and then he spoke. He's dead. There's not much doubt about it. Nope, but he isn't. So who is? He didn't just look like he was. I can't say very much just from your story, Maybara-san, but I think it's almost certain. Besides, you buried the corpse in the mud, and that took you quite a bit of time, right? Let's say it took you 30 minutes. That would mean he was buried under muddy water for those 30 minutes. If you don't breathe for that long, your brain will die no matter what. I mean, if you're ignoring how hard I hit him, he would definitely have died while I was burying him. That's right. It's impossible to stay alive buried underground for 30 minutes. Impossible. You're right. But Satoko, she says he's alive. Coach, a doctor, just gave his stamp of approval that he was dead for sure. That made it seem all the more unfair that he could still be among the living. Maybara-san, this is a really horrible idea, but is it possible that the person you killed wasn't actually her uncle? He's right. That could be why. It cleared up the inconsistency of my definitely having killed someone, but him still being alive. There's no way. I mean, we were both at Satoko's house when she was bringing his alcohol inside, and there was a man who struck his face out the window to look. It was him, right? That was Satoko's uncle, right? Yes, you are not wrong. It was that man. Could she have had more than one uncle or something? Not one that I've heard of. It's just him. Could you tell me what he looked like? Well, his height first. He was about 175 centimeters, maybe a little taller. In order to eliminate the worst possibility that I had killed someone else, Coach began to thoroughly compare what the man in his mind looked like with what I told him the person I killed looked like. But no matter how in-depth my description went, none of the characteristics differed. The uncle's traits, according to Coach, were all exactly the same as the person I had killed. But those traits were all extremely vague, and they weren't particularly distinct at a glance. Is there anything else about him that would let us identify him for sure? Now that you mention it, I've never seen it, but I believe Satoko-chan once said a long time ago that he had a tattoo of a tiger or something on his back. A tattoo. That was really important. Not everyone had a tattoo. If I found a tiger tattoo on the back of a man's corpse, it would be proof that I had killed the right one. At the moment, though, there was one other thing that would verify this. To go to Satoko's house and see for myself the uncle that returned home despite having died. But that was far more terrifying than digging up the body and looking at its back. Without even looking at the tattoo, I knew for sure the one I had killed had been Satoko's uncle. I cracked his head open, and I killed him. And yet he had gone back home. There wasn't any misunderstanding or even the shadow of a doubt in my mind about having killed him. And yet, it was impossible for him to exist. Kind of like how Keiichi Maebara had been at the festival despite it being impossible. That small commonality made me feel as though a faint but bizarre force was permeating this insane Hinamizawa. I wonder what on earth could have happened, despite you not going to the festival and killing Satoko-chan's uncle. You were at the festival, and the uncle you killed is alive. None of this makes any sense. When I look at everything that way, it's almost like I'm just having a nightmare, and there's no killer at all. But it's the truth. The sensation as I used my own hands and that bat to bash him again and again. It was no illusion or dream. Coach let out a slow sigh, then after looking at the clock, got up. Let's go over this all a little more seriously. If you'll excuse me, I'll go put on some tea. Clinic's about to close after all. I need to let the other employees leave. Coach stood up and went out into the hallway, leaving me alone. The clock was about to strike 6. I was at the festival, and the uncle I had killed was alive. Had I really committed murder yesterday? The only whisper of a fact that proved it happened was the absence of that bat from Satoshi's locker. In any case, I was glad that Coach had taken my nonsense seriously. I just confessed to murder. Normally that would frighten a person away, but Coach didn't run, he cried with me. I was glad he did. Like so, my tension smoothly melted away and I suddenly realized I really had to pee. I thought to use the restroom while Coach stepped out. There was one across from the waiting room. As soon as I left the room, I saw Coach and 2 male doctors wearing white clothing standing in the shadows of the hallway nearby. I didn't particularly intend to eavesdrop or anything, but I was quite surprised upon noticing how uneasy they seemed. I hid behind the wall and quietly listened in. It seemed like Coach was giving directions to the 2 doctors. Black tea, I'll make some. Mix in amobarbital or ravenol. Cover the taste with milk and sugar. He may grow suspicious at the sudden onset of drowsiness. It's possible he may get agitated and become violent. We will handle that. How many male staff are still here? 1 mountain dog, including us 3. What was all this? I think I was already agitated despite what Coach said. What was it? Was it a just casual conversation? And it was only sounding unbelievable to me. Coach said he would bring some black tea and left the room. And then, in the shadows, he was telling his subordinates to put some kind of sleeping powder in the tea. Plus, they were getting extra help, in case I thought that sudden sleepiness was suspicious and started getting violent. Hey, wait, Keiichi Maebara. Calm down, calm down. There's no way something this stupid could be happening. I mean, he was genuinely listening to my story and he even cried with me. I thought he was the one person in Misawa who'd understand. This was There are signs of fabrications or falsehoods, and his memories of yesterday in particular are completely confused. He can no longer tell truth from falsehood. It's quite similar to multiple personality disorder. But as for how quickly this mental disorder emerged, it's just not normal. Maybe it's inborn, or perhaps there were signs of it before he moved here. I would like to take a look at any records of him staying at a mental hospital before he moved here. In any case, I want him to take a quiet nap. The two doctors nodded deeply. I should probably contact Mibarakan's parents too, though I can't think of what to tell them. Please find his home phone number for me. My eyes, still moist, began to shed tears once more. This was too cruel. I really thought he had actually understood and had believed what I had told him. But now, from the other side of that wall, he was bluntly treating me like a crazy person. I believed you. I believed you. I had let down my guard because I thought you were the only ally I had after that insane night. Was that a lie? All that about thanking me on Satoko's behalf? Were you just pretending in order to keep me placated? My tears fell to the floor in frustration. I was an idiot. I was an idiot. I was such an idiot for believing that bastard. I heard footsteps approaching the doctors. A man in a dress shirt with no tie came running up. Dr. Irie, it's terrible. They found Takano-san. Takano-san? Wait, where? Well, apparently they discovered her burned corpse in the mountains in Gifu. She's dead? Takano-san? The men, all surprised, exchanged glances. Dead. Takano-san. Wait, so then does that mean when I cursed her, wishing for her death, that wish was granted? What do you mean, burned corpse? Was it an accident? According to the Gifu's police's statement, the possibility is extremely high that she was murdered. As I cried, I laughed quietly. Serves you right. If I hadn't run into that woman, my murder would have been perfect. But she just had to come driving up to me and try to coerce me like that. I regret not having killed her on the spot, but now she was dead anyway. My curse, my wish for her demise, it was fulfilled. Serves you right. Risa-san died and Takano-san died. What on earth could be happening in Hinamizawa? Don't tell me it was all Oyashiro-sama's curse this year. Like hell I'll let the curse be real, Coach said. Everyone present just nodded as Coach cursed at no one in particular. Yes, maybe it wasn't Oyashiro-sama, but this was definitely a spell. A curse. I wished for her to die. So she did. If this wasn't just a coincidence, and she died because I wished for it, then you'll die next, Coach. You betrayed me. You pretended to believe me, but deep down you thought I was a madman. You looked down on me with all that pity in your eyes. For now, get the black tea ready. I'll bring it inside. I don't think he would let anyone besides me be alone with him. What do I do? What do I do, Keiichi Mibara? This time I heard the voice of a nurse. Dr. Irie? There you are. You have a phone call. I'm a little busy at the moment, so please tell them I'll call back. Who is it from? A Mr. Oishi from the Okinomiya Police Department. What bad timing. Alright, I'll answer it. Coach left to go answer the phone. The other men headed towards the room with a teapot to make the black tea like Coach had ordered them to. Fortunately, Coach having to take that phone call meant there would be extra time for me to act. I had to decide what to do now. Would I let him make me drink the sedative-infused tea, or be held down and thrown into a mental hospital? Nothing would come from starting a brawl here. They had more people anyway, and they were all bigger than me. If it came to a fight, I didn't stand a chance in hell. If I couldn't win against them, then there was only one thing left to do. Run. Adrenaline suddenly coursed into my brain, and my body started to move with keen instinct, like it had on that night. My surface temperature quickly cooled, and the transmission routes between my cells enlarged. Using 360-degree visual information, I searched for an escape route. I would open the window behind me. Outside was a parking lot. There were no cars. A little beyond there was the bicycle I had taken to get here. I determined that this would be the quickest method of escape. I approached the window swiftly, but with little sound, to raise as little suspicion as I could. With the speed and silence of a shadow, like I had on that night I chased her uncle, I unlocked the window and opened it up. A cool evening breeze wafted in. I stuck my head out and looked over the parking lot again. Nobody in sight. No need to hesitate. I quietly crawled outside and closed the window behind me. I held my breath and listened carefully. Nobody seemed to have realized I had run. I looked around. Then I jumped into my bicycle and zoomed away. The pedals clattered under the force. Had my bike always squeaked like this? Did the pedals always whine every time I pushed down on them? My bike wasn't the only one crying, though. My tears fell as the wind cut through them. They rode the breeze and scattered behind me. I hate this. I'm not the crazy one. Hinamizawa is. How dare you treat me like a madman? Die. Just fucking die already. I believed you. I had gone to the hospital in order to escape Rina and Mion's invitation, but the reality that was waiting for me had been too cruel. Who was insane? Me or Hinamizawa? Or was the answer something else? I started having trouble breathing. I didn't have any clue what was happening anymore. The loud chirps of the Higurashi were irritating me, or even the Hinamizawa Higurashi I knew so well calling into the wind. That wasn't quite it. They weren't calling, they were crying. The pained wailing of those lost in some kind of rhythm in another world, no longer able to return to their own sunlight. I didn't do all that to end up in a world like that. And actually, at about this time, I might have been having fun with everyone else. Satoko would have gotten her smile back after realizing her uncle wouldn't ever come home, and she might have shown it to us at our first club meeting in a while. That was the kind of world I wished for. So what was this? Why did I end up in such a strange, ghastly world? Someone I had killed was living like normal, and I had enjoyed myself at the festival despite not being there. I don't want it. I don't want this strange world. When did it start to go wrong? When? When? No matter how much I thought about it, I never understood. I rode swiftly and returned to my home. It had begun to rain during my journey back, and just like yesterday, I was now soaked. But I didn't care about something so trivial right now. The pain I felt in my heart that Coach, the one person I trusted, was acting so cruelly was far worse. Did I have no allies in Hinamizawa anymore? With the naive thought that I at least wanted my parents to side with me, I stepped up to the front door. Wait, Keiichi, it'll be dark soon, and there's something you want to check, right? Yes, I wanted to dig up the man's corpse and get a look at his back. If there was a tiger tattoo there, I would know beyond a doubt he was Satoko's uncle. That long night would not end until I was certain. If this insane world was all a reparation, all a divine punishment, then I needed to make certain whether I had been successful enough to even deserve to pay that price. I went to the strange room again and got the shovel. It had been washed in the rain, but the paint was peeling, making it look unsightly. I never, ever wanted to touch this thing again. The sensation of it in my hands was totally different from the night before. There was a ruthless coldness about it. It would be dark soon, so I needed the lantern too. There would be a little bit of light from the street lights, but it would get extremely dark. I thought I had put the lantern here, but I suddenly noticed it wasn't anywhere to be found. Then it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Of course, on that night I hadn't brought the lantern back with me. I had left it at the place I buried the body. If I didn't go get it soon, it would get very dark. And then not only would I be unable to find the spot I had buried the corpse, but I wouldn't even be able to find the lantern itself. If that happened, it was all over. I need to hurry. In order to fit the shovel in the basket in the front of my bike, I would need to twist it and disassemble it. But it looked like there was dirt in the joints, and no matter how hard I pushed, it didn't want to come apart. After a strenuous effort, I realized I couldn't get it apart, so I decided to hold it in one hand and ride my bike with the other. With the downpour soaking me through, and a shovel in one hand, and riding one-handed, it was as if I had returned to that night. No, return was the wrong word. It was more like that night had never ended. The pain of the raindrops striking me were no different from then. The thing that was different was Hina Mizawa, the world, and nothing else. The rain clouds were already making it dark, and now was about time for the sun to set. I could tell it would only get rapidly darker. The straight road leading to town, in the middle of it, that should be where I buried it. It was near that streetlight. On that night, too, the water from the downpour was splashing down from the streetlight's overhang like a waterfall, and the pouring rain was exactly the same as it had been that night, and thus it brought my memories into focus. I left my bike in the brush and stepped into the forest, the ground already soaked with mud. Where had I buried him? Think. The darkness, the shadows, the water, the mud. Everything was the same. Think. And then I spotted the lantern by a fallen moss-covered tree. That's right, I left it right there. If I left the lantern here, then I would have buried him over here. With the sensation of standing in the sludge, my feet remembered the spot better than my eyes did. I plunged my shovel into the ground. It's hard. It wasn't here. I just dug it up so it should have been softer. I stick my shovel down in a few spots to test what they feel like. One of them clearly felt deeper. I recalled where the lantern was, where the trees and things were in relation to each other, and knew that it had to be here. Under here slept that man's corpse. There would definitely be the tattoo of a tiger on his back. But if it wasn't there, then I had made a horrible mistake and killed someone completely unrelated instead. I would be more dazed at the fact that Satoko's uncle wasn't dead than I would regret having gotten someone else mixed up in this. If this insane world was punishment for the sin of committing murder, I wouldn't be able to accept it until I had killed Satoko's uncle for good. And then, without any fear, I would attack him again, and that time I would kill him for sure. But what if the tattoo was there? That would mean I had killed Satoko's uncle. But that would be terribly strange. If I had killed him for sure, then who was the uncle at Satoko's house this very moment? Impossible. I didn't even know anymore what I was using the word impossible to refer to. I've used the word quite a few times today. If I had to make the words impossible fit just one thing, what would it be? That much was obvious to me. It would be impossible for this crazy world to be real. I shouted and turned behind me. There was nobody there, of course. It hadn't been bothering me for a while, but those footsteps had followed me this entire day. Even just now, an extra set of footsteps had splashed behind me. No one was actually there. No indications of anyone even. But they were there. Who are you? You've been following me ever since I came to this world? That's right. Thinking back, the first time I heard those footsteps was after Takano-san and I had parted. Those footsteps were my welcome into this strange inside-out world. No one could be there. I would get no response. Whatever it was, they just kept staring at me. It wasn't ominous, just unpleasant. After staring into empty space for a bit, as I bathed in the rain, my illogical anger slipped away, my tension loosened, and a tired feeling reared its head. I tasted this feeling that night too, the sudden exhaustion I felt as the tension in my brain loosened. My vision quickly narrowed, and I felt like everything around me had suddenly gotten darker. I couldn't give in to this sensation. I would light what little explosives were left in my brain and force myself to keep going. I needed to dig that man up before my stamina ran out. I needed to see the tattoo on his back. I caught my suddenly ragged breath and calmed down. Then I stuck the shovel into the soft muddy ground again. It felt exactly the same as that night. The sense of digging a hole in the beach, with water coming into it every wave. What day was today? Had I gone back to the night of Tatarigoroshi? Every strange thought that came to mind tormented me. Given my exhaustion, I didn't think I could manage to hold those thoughts back. Once the hole was deep, all illumination finally faded, blanketing my vision in jet black. It was probably the moment the sun had fully set, too. That night I had feared the worst, and gone without using much light. My senses were so strained that I could see even in that darkness. But now I didn't have that kind of strength left. I drained everything I had last night, and now the darkness would be lethal. I decided to turn on the lantern. Putting it on the first setting would make it give off a faint light. Even with how little there was, it was enough, and people wouldn't be able to see it from far away in this rain. I grabbed the chilled lantern, turned the dial with a click, set it to the weakest light setting, and turned it on. An uncanny world of silhouettes appeared before me, a complex and strange, shadowy world created by the intricate entanglement of trees and branches. I had only turned on the light. It was like that was all it took to make the world into something else. I let out a quick, tired breath and wiped the liquid, neither rain nor sweat, from my brow. Then I raised the shovel into the air and slammed it into the mud. That moment, the silhouettes surrounding me ominously moved all at once. Inside my head, something packed in there, something coarse, but not hot or cold, was loudly rushing about. The silhouettes were all round me, looking down at me, and one of them, a silhouette bigger than the others, stepped forward. Good evening. The moon sure is beautiful tonight. The coarseness in my brain shot through my whole spine and left me at my waist. The strength in my body all left me through my hips, and I crouched down with a splash into the sea of mud I had dug myself. Oishi. Is that really how you address your elders? You'll have a rough time of it once you become an adult. It wasn't only Oishi, but 5 or 6 of them in a row, men wearing raincoats. I had no inkling that this many people had gotten so close. It was like, once I turned on the lantern, they just appeared there, sliding out of the shadows. Don't mind us. Just think of us as trees in the forest, perhaps. Don't mind them. Pay no attention to us, please. Continue digging your hole. It's very late and raining very hard, and you're working pretty fervently. We won't get in your way. Please dig to your heart's content. No thank you, I said. When I tried to get up and turn around, 2 men blocked that route. They stood on either side of me and lifted me up with amazing strength, then threw me into the sea of mud. As I soaked in the mud bath I had dug for myself, I looked up at the silhouettes looking down at me. Oishi, squatted, picked up my shovel and threw it at my feet for me. It bounced loudly off the mud and hit me in the face. Come, please, continue, continue. I couldn't bear the oppressiveness of the silhouettes surrounding me. and slowly I stuck the shovel into the mud again. I felt like I was digging my own grave. If I kept digging, it wouldn't matter whether there was a tattoo or not, because that man's corpse would appear eventually. It was all over, surrounded on all sides and nowhere to go. But I just couldn't figure it out, no matter how much I thought about it. Why were they here? Was it Takano-san? There was only one person who could have made the connection between me and this place. I knew it. She deserved to die. Stopping so soon. Why, she kicked me in the back, which shook me by surprise, sending me flying into the mud. Hurry up and dig, please. You really should consider the fact that some of us are standing out here in the rain. Fuck you. If you don't like the rain, then just go home. Why, she kicked some mud into my face. Work, please, instead of talking. Only people from the red light district do both at once. Isn't that right, boys? The men around him didn't react, not knowing quite whether they should laugh. But when Oishi glared at them, they started mumbling out pained chuckles. Just who was this guy? I knew the world had changed after that night, but if I went even further back, didn't it start when this guy showed up? That was when our peaceful days had been taken from us. Ever since he showed up in Hinamizawa, things had been odd. Everyone stopped smiling and the world went crazy. The ground under my feet gradually got harder and heavier. At this point, even I started to think something was odd. I hadn't buried him this deep on that night, had I? My exhaustion peaked and I sat down on the spot. How long do you want me to dig? Kids these days have no stamina. Hey, you. At Wishy's gesture, the men all pulled out their own sinister-looking shovels. As I watched the days, one of them grabbed my collar, dragged me out of the hole, and threw me to the ground. The rest of the men stepped into the hole and dug and started shoveling themselves. As I stared at them dumbfounded, Oishi sauntered over and squatted down to look at me directly. Keiichi Maebara, is this a hobby of yours, digging holes on rainy nights? When I didn't respond, Oishi took one of the tin buckets they were using to bail out the muddy water, scooped up some of it, and splashed the whole thing in my face. The rain's heavy today, too. No matter how wet I get, I still don't understand the appeal. Oishi smiled to himself, then scooped up another bucket full of muddy water. I'll ask you again. Is digging holes on rainy nights your hobby? Who the hell would have a hobby like that? Oishi hit me with another bucket full of muddy water. The pebbles in it stung. Will there be something in that hole? I've always liked that story, you know, about the old man who could make plants bloom and the puppy digging in his yard for gold. As he spoke, he ran the bucket through the muddy water again, to splash it in my face again. What kind of treasure is buried down there? Can't you at least give me a hint? If you want to know, then dig on your own time, you fucking pig. I wasn't saying that out loud, but Oishi mercilessly drenched me in muddy water again anyway. If only you hadn't shown up, the world wouldn't have gone wrong. Ever since you showed up, things have been strange. Satoko got abused by her uncle, I ended up killing him, and the world went crazy. He was how it all began, because of this culprit. He splashed another bucket of mud in my face, my insides were seething with anger. You die, too. If I have some strange power to kill someone by cursing them, like with Takano-san, then you are dead. And it won't be Oyashiro Sama's curse, it will be mine. I will curse you and kill you. What a rebellious look you're wearing. Why don't we use this opportunity to teach you a thing or two in that regard? We really do live in peace these days. When I was about your age, corporal punishment was the norm for everything. Oishi-san. One of the digging men in raincoats wiped some sweat off and called Oishi over. Oishi tossed the bucket away, then turned around with an evil grin on his face. What is it? Look at this. Acceptance or maybe resignation. I wanted to say to them, so, you blockheads finally found it. That's right, I'm the one who killed him. But you're the police, so it's your own job to figure out who he is, right? Come on, prove to me that he's really Satoko's uncle. What on earth? We think it's an old drain pipe. It seems to be connected to the irrigation channel over there. Let's smash the thing. It's not being used, is it? The men all exchanged glances and hesitantly broached another topic. Oishi, the ground down there is pretty hard. I don't think anything could be deeper than this. Did we get the location wrong? At first, it definitely felt like the place had been dug up before, but after digging so far, the ground suddenly hardened. We think we've gone down further than the hole that was originally dug. So, what does that mean? There was a hole here and someone filled it back up? Is that what you're trying to tell me? What were they talking about? Well, I'm at a loss, aren't you, Maybara-san? Why, she grabbed my collar and dragged me to the huge hole they dug. The mud inside was like an ocean, and I couldn't see any drain pipe out there. One of the men stirred it with a shovel, letting me hear it clang against something hard. There was no doubt I had buried him right here, but I hadn't buried him this deep. I didn't dig deep enough to unearth an entire drain pipe. So, then this man, his corpse, where was it? Proof that I had been successful on that night was gone. 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 Then what on earth was I? Was I actually crazy after all and just possessed by the delusion that I had killed someone? That couldn't be. It was the unmistakable truth. It couldn't have been a hallucination. But now, the most important evidence that it hadn't been an illusion was gone. I killed him. I buried him. I had absolute unwavering confidence in that fact. Then did I fail to kill him? After I left here, had he started breathing again, crawled out, and gone back to Satoko's house? Was that it? I had come here to see whether he had a tattoo or not, and yet the truth I unearthed was far more than that. Yesterday, what was I? I killed him. I buried him. There's no doubt. But for some reason he lived and crawled back out. And that was impossible too. I'm so tired of hearing the word impossible over and over again. I get it. Dead people don't like to play by the rules here in Hinamizawa. Then I'll kill you as many times as I need to. I'll keep killing you until you never show your face in Satoko again. Oishi and the others were muttering to each other. Eventually their conversation ended, and Oishi came towards me. What did he want to say? What did he want to do? I stiffened, tensing up, and then Oishi just ignored me like I wasn't even there, and passed right by me. The other men too. They ignored me and shuffled away. Eventually there was no longer a sign that anyone was around, and I returned to my quiet world of silhouettes. The only one left there was me. Only the sound of the pouring rain filled up the silence. Yep, no idea what's going on. Absolutely no idea what's going on. Gone. Gone. Turned up nothing. Indeed, we turned up nothing. Inquiry request. Okinomiya Police Station Command Center. Transmission recording. June 20th, 8:08. This is the Okinomiya Security Police. We read you loud and clear. Hello, we would like you to look up a license plate for us. All right, please give us just a moment to look it up. Thank you. Number match. Owner. Address, Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. Vehicle make and model. Theft reports, none. Special mentions, nothing of note. Okinomiya Security Police to Oishi. We found the license plate from earlier. Oishi, do you read? Oishi, please respond. Am I getting a bad signal? Anyone in Oishi's car, please Nothing. Oishi-san wanted a license plate check. Whose car was it? Someone from the village. A completely average car. Who was it? If Oishi-san was asking, then it can't be anyone good, right? Special mentions column is completely blank. No indications this is related to the S group either, and no demerits on it. Maybe it passed him on the road and he got mad. That guy isn't the type to forget a grudge. Record of malice. He said it smelled. He said the food smelled. He said it smelled because I smelled. He said I smelled because I don't take baths. He said to take a bath 3 times a day because I was a smelly person. He said I had to stay in the bath for a long time every time. He must be possessed by something too. This is the same thing the man who died said. Why does he know what the man said before? That much is obvious. This is the same thing the man who died said. The same thing that possessed that man is now possessing him. Can't a certain earthquake make a big hole in front of the house? If it did, he would definitely go and look into it. And then I just have to push him in. I won't give in until I get that chance. I won't give in. I won't cry. I won't give in. I won't cry. Someone is apologizing again. The body wasn't there. The police didn't arrest me because of that, but I didn't know whether to feel happy about it. Just like Satoko had said, I had failed to kill her uncle. The body wasn't there, so I was forced to conclude as much. No matter what strange natural disaster, coincidence, or miracle it might have implied. In order to free Satoko, I became a demon, and this abnormal world was my reward. Yes, metaphorically, I had fallen into the demon world. But if that price had been in exchange for the life of Satoko's uncle, then that would have been fine. Since Satoko's uncle was still alive, still shacking her to him, I needed to become a demon once again. One more time. No, as many times as it took. I would kill that man over and over again until Satoko was liberated. I had already awoken. I looked at the clock to see that it was early in the morning at just about 5. It was already light outside. Once I had hardened my resolve to become a demon again, I could feel my whole body teeming with the awakened power once more. Time was not an issue. No matter what, I would do it. I got myself up. The exhaustion from the past 2 days was completely swept away, and I didn't even feel sleepy anymore either. I slowly rose and made sure my body was moving like I wanted it to. I could feel blood flowing through each and every one of my fingers. As I got dressed, I let my mind wander and had a strange thought. These 2 days, while I've said it was for Satoko's sake, the only thing on my mind has been killing. I've said it was for Satoko, but while actually carrying out the act, I had completely forgotten about Satoko, albeit only temporarily. Maybe initially it was for Satoko's sake, but now I was just a demon, killing for the sake of killing. And as a result, I had sunken into a world fit for such a demon. Maybe it was the same for Satoshi. He resolved himself to kill his aunt to save Satoko, became a demon that disappeared from the sun at Hinamizawa, vanishing into the demon world, which meant that, after all was said and done, I had met the same fate as him. I had tried to avoid making the same mistakes, but it happened anyway, which meant that maybe Satoshi was here. Satoshi had come to this world a year before me, so he would be here somewhere. Then, surprised, I stopped walking. There was a second set of footsteps I had grown so used to hearing. Are Could you be Satoshi? The empty, lifeless air wouldn't give me an answer, but I felt a strange kind of relief that there was someone there, that Satoshi had stuck with me the whole time. Let's go, Satoshi. Once more. This time we will set Satoko free for sure. I quietly slipped out of the house so my parents wouldn't notice. If they caught me now, when I had been out way too late for 2 days now, they would really give me a really angry talking to. I didn't have the time to allow for that to happen. Today I would put an end to it. If the dead body disappeared, then I didn't have to bury it. I could just burn it to ashes and then take them with me so I could kill him again every time he resurrected. I would do it again. I would kill him again, and this time I would set her free. Outside, the morning light was so beautiful as to stagger belief. I went to the storage room to find weapons with which I could kill him for sure. Blunt or not, it did not matter to me. Right now, I didn't need to care whether someone saw or the police came. The world had gone crazy after all. A world where I had shown up at the festival and had fun, even though I was not there. Even if the police arrested me, I would probably end up going right back home as if nothing had happened. Both me and that other Keiichi Maebara. Even without me, he would fill in. I could vanish from Hinamizawa without anyone noticing. So basically, I didn't care if I was mistakenly killed. Even if I died, Keiichi Maebara would remain. After all, this isn't the world I belong in. If I was going to be killed mistakenly for Satoko's sake, then that was just part of my duty as her Nini. As those desperate thoughts became serious, the morning air felt more refreshing to me, strangely enough. Oh, this one's scary. Let's go with this. It was a hatchet meant for chopping thick firewood. Its hefty steel blade was sinister, almost as though it was a tool meant for killing people. I couldn't exactly take it out in public like that, so I wrapped it a little in some old newspaper and tossed it into the basket on my bike. Sorry for using you for evil all the time. I'll need you again today, my legs. I apologized to my bike for some reason. For the past 3 days, I've only used it for dangerous things. I've been riding this bike ever since I lived in my old town. I could walk most places I wanted to go, so I hadn't used it all that much. My mom had bought it for me when I entered cram school, thinking it would be a convenient way to get to the station since it was far away, so I would always use it to get back and forth from cram school. I would only ever put textbooks and class materials in the front basket too. I had never tried to put a hatchet that I would be using to kill someone in here. When I came to Hinamizawa, life finally felt fun. I met the best friends ever and had some of the greatest times ever. Those times might have been shattered now, but it was my greatest wish that I could get them back, even if I had to risk my life to do it. That's how fun those times had been. I killed someone, and now I was at it again, needing to kill someone. Murder was a crime. I didn't believe that people should ever think murder was okay. But still, the times I had had were enjoyable enough for me to commit such a crime. My friends were irreplaceable, and the time spent with them a treasure, hanging out, laughing, sometimes tricking each other, but always in a friendly way. I didn't fear committing any crime as long as it was for the sake of taking back those times that gave my heart so much pleasure. This was a value I had decided to uphold. If it wasn't something I learned from a school teacher, it was a noble path that I chose for myself. I thought back to when I had first come to Hinamizawa, about how on the very first day Satoko had welcomed me via a blackboard eraser with a rock in it. That welcome really surprised the heck out of me. She would laugh, get angry, cry. She was never boring. She was obviously the most childlike one among us, but she was actually lively, full of vim and vigor, and good at meddling in other people's business. That went for Mion, Rena, and Rika-chan too. Wasn't Satoko the one at the center of everyone's laughing and banter? Satoko would try to look cool. Then Mion would make fun of her endlessly. Then Satoko would cry, which would put Rena in a state of ecstasy. Rika-chan would be greatly delighted, and I happened to get mixed up in it. We would always fool around like that. It was lonely when someone wasn't around, but if I had to name one for whom it was the worst, it would have been Satoko. Her smile was everyone's smile. Ever since she stopped smiling, so did the rest of us. And for the rest of us, not smiling was the same as dying. It was just like when I was silently going to cram school every day, just to maintain my unchanging test scores. So basically, we were nothing when she wasn't smiling. She was full of hot air, but she was our princess, cute and unhateable. In that case, I was her knight, searching for the dragon's castle in order to win her smile back. Knights, of course, use swords, the awesome two-handed kind. I'm probably the only knight in the history of the world to be taking something on with a thick, rusty hatchet. No, not really. I mean, they're more halberds than hatchets, but battle axes work, bro. Well, maybe not rusty ones, but battle axes work. Then I saw an old woman in the ridge of a field waving to me. Keiichi-kun, out for a morning ride, I see. Good morning. I reflexively waved back in a refreshing way. Should I really have been feeling so happy waving like that? Satoko's house would be right past this road, going beyond the rice paddies. The cicadas had woken up too, and the next thing I knew, I was the audience to their daily chorus. I gave myself a hit or two in the head and drove away my merry morning mood. I took a deep breath and tilted my head back, quelling my pointless excitement. The body was not there. Its absence either meant my killing him had been an illusion, or that I had killed him and he had risen from the dead. If I was at the festival, then maybe I should have considered it an illusion. Coach probably thought that way, which is why he treated me like a lunatic. But it being an illusion was just impossible. I killed him without a doubt. Without a doubt. If that had been an illusion, then what would make all of this Hinamizawa I was in right now an illusion? If that was the case, then here's how it would end up. I was actually in a vegetative state due to a traffic accident, and I was currently dreaming in a hospital bed about how great it would be to spend time with friends in rice paddies like these. That was a terrifying thought, though. If this wasn't an illusion, then the only possible answer was that he had resurrected. It would make him a literal monster. But if he was such a monster, then I was no less than a monster myself. I didn't hesitate to kill someone, and I could even manipulate curses. Takano-san had probably died because I had cursed her. Or maybe that was a little much. If Coach and Oishi died too, like I had cursed them to yesterday, then I would believe it. I set my bicycle aside and went to take a look. His motorbike was not here. Of course it wasn't. I sent it down to hell that night, throwing it into the Onikafuchi swamp. Okay, on that theory, maybe you should take his corpse to the Onigafuchi swamp. If, stuff that goes into it doesn't come back even in your delusions or whatever the hell's going on. That would solve that problem, right? He can't come back if he goes in the swamp? There you go. Just like how the corpse wasn't here, maybe the motorbike didn't get thrown into the swamp either. The fact that his bike wasn't here might have been because he had gone to town and hadn't come back, not necessarily because I had thrown it into the swamp. What if the original reason the people were sacrificed to the swamp wasn't because that was just, the entrance to hell? What if the original reason, because they knew that the fuckers would come back if they didn't put them in the swamp? What if demons actually are demons and have like multiple lives or some shit? Oh my. If her uncle wasn't around, then that was convenient on its own. Then I would just show myself in, then wait for him to return, sharpening my hatchet. If he was there. Forgotten sensations came back to my gut. A feeling of tension rose within me. The sensation was like poison dulling my actions, but it could also be the trigger to allow me to awaken to my superhuman. Okay, hold up. What if the original story got twisted? What if literal demons started coming up from hell and possessing corpses, and that was the original story? So the demons would kill somebody. The villagers would be like, okay, you're a demon, you're not actually alive, you're like possessed, so we gotta put you in the swamp so you don't come back. What if that's the original story? And then the time travel would still be like weird, like why we're having multiple different instances, but maybe that could be Oyashiro Sam's curse, is that whenever something like that happens, he resets the world and it goes back to before the demon came. I held the hatchet still wrapped in newspaper. Its weight in my hands was profound, sinister, and reliable. I didn't know what time it was without a clock, but it was probably still a little before 7. And it is 6 here, so I guess we'll keep seeing what's happening tomorrow. I have no idea what the hell's happening, but you know what? We'll figure it out if we keep going, I'm sure. See you guys tomorrow. How much longer we have on this game, I do not know, but I don't know what's going on either, so anyway, tomorrow, more Higurashi. Stay safe,